everybody out in webcast land. Welcome. This is live from the Calgary Olympic Oval in Calgary, Alberta. You're about to set the course and watch unfold the 2023 Oval Finale Canada Cup 5, starting off with the women's 500 meters, followed by the men's 500 meters. And I'll talk more about the schedule shortly. What we always do at the beginning, or as close to the beginning, is on behalf of the university, first of all, we'd like to welcome you into our webcast, and I'm going to give you a territorial acknowledgement, which is standard, and it's an opportunity for us to acknowledge the traditional territories of the people of the Treaty 7 region in southern Alberta, and the city of Calgary is also home to Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Not exactly what you're seeing on the screen, but an abbreviated version of what I just read you. Now let's talk about either the schedule or the officials that are ahead. Okay, up on the screen, the schedule for today. 24 pairings of the women's 500 meters, 24, 23. The pairings coming up in 5 minutes time. 38 pairings of the men's. I think it's actually not 35, doesn't matter. A lot. Okay, we got 2 sessions, and then we're going to do pairings of the women's 1,000 meter, followed by quartetting the men's. And that is day 1. Sprint. Fast times. We're looking for speed demons out on the ice. The referees today, Philippe Meroy from Quebec, Andre McIntosh from British Columbia, assisting. Also, the legendary and the myth and the legend, and an all-around nice guy, Dave Thompson, who will also be assisting. Starter, Mark Poulin will be starting for the women, and Kim Fraunberger will be starting from the men. So veteran officials on the ice for today's day 1 of the Oval Finale and Canada Cup. Well, welcome aboard. Glad you're here. My name is Greg Bieber. I'm a speed skating dad, volunteering up in the timing deck with a number of speed skating friends and colleagues that I've met over the years. And I'm looking forward to being back here for the next 4 days. I hope to have some guests with me, and I can keep me company in the timing deck on the longer races. I had Simon Coots, a retired athlete who was an 8-year Oval program skater, and we had a terrific conversation last week in the 1,000 meter races, and we look forward to maybe possibly having Simon back because his insight and knowledge is incredible in the sport of speed skating. So he can lend more insight and perspective from an athlete's perspective and the knowledge of the sport better than I can. And I hope to get others. I think Bonnie Blair might be in the building, her and her husband Dave Cruikshank. I know her daughter Blair Cruikshank is skating up from the States, and a couple of years ago I had a chat with Bonnie, and you know, she's a pro, so that would be kind of cool if we had her up here, and anybody else that wants to hang out with me for just a few minutes. But for you, hang out with me for the next four days. Put me in the background, but when your loved ones are on the ice, then obviously you're going to be dialed in watching them race. So glad to be here. We're coming up on the 2-minute warning inside the Oval, where I go quiet both on the webcast and also inside the Oval. And then we're going to start right at 10 o'clock. Okay. It's 9:57 at 10 o'clock. We're doing the 500 meter women's races. 23 pairings. We will have a forerunner this morning. Once again, it will be Mila Ireland looking to achieve a personal best, a 13-year-old skater, the daughter of Mike and Norika Ireland. And she was second in the 500-meter race at the Youth Championships and gold in the team pursuit. And here's Mila Ireland, ladies and gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready.
So Mila Ireland is our forerunner, and what's a forerunner all about? Well, it's a young up-and-coming skater. In this case, it's Mila Ireland skating a 500-meter to test the starting and the starter and the systems all in place. It's obviously very helpful. Give her a cheer as she comes down the straightaway, being coached by her dad. In the coach's box on the west side of the Oval as Mila heads to the final corner, coming out of the south corner. 44, I think, 44.1, thank you, was her PB. And we'll find out if she's able to best that or not. Regardless, congratulations, Mila Ireland. And thank you for being our Forerunner. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Forerunner complete. Let's get this 500-meter race underway. In the first pairing in the inside lane, from India, Shruti Cotwell. And in the outer lane, from Quebec, Camille Tremblay.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are underway. The first of 23 pairings of day one of the Oval Finale Canada Cup 5. Cotwell from India, Tremblay from Quebec. They're opening up. Tremblay's 100-meter opener, 11.55. Cotwell, 11.79. Obviously, the first pairing will be the times to beat. We'll see the times get lower as we move through the pairings. And Cotwell and Tremblay on the ice with the first 500 meters. Cotwell started in the inside lane. She will finish in the outer. We're going to be fairly close. And the time for Tremblay is 42.12, and for Cotwell, 42.46. In the second pairing in the inside lane, from Quebec, Emmanuel Tay. And in the outer lane, from Manitoba, Skylar Van Horn.
Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome to pair 2 of 23 pairings in the women's 500-meter race. Skylar Van Horn from Manitoba with an 11.58 opener of 100 meters. Cote in at 11.77 from Quebec for her opening 100 meters. Marc Andre on the coaching line, and Scott Van Horn for Manitoba. Looked like Van Horn was catching a bit of draft from Cote on the backstretch before she crossed over in from the outside lane to the inside lane. Van Horn is going to come across the line first. Does she PB? And she does. She'll be happy with that. A 41.33 for Van Horn, and Cote in at 41.96. In the third pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. And in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Haley Bell.
Go to the start. Ready.
We've got one PB on the books right now. The skaters have 2 attempts at the 500 to finish their season with PBs, and the same with the 1,000 meters. Haley Bell with the fastest opener so far at 11.33. Caitlin Pelkey at 11.7. Kevin Crockett in the coach's box assisting one of his skaters. Bell starting in the outer lane will finish in the inner, and Pelkey starting in the inner will finish in the outer. White armband for Pelkey, red armband for Bell. Here they come, very close indeed with the final 100 meters. Who is going to cross that line first? It looks like it's going to be Caitlin Pelkey with a time of 41.17, the time to beat, and 41.4 for Haley Bell. In the fourth pairing in the inside lane from Prince Edward Island, Jenna Larder. And in the outer lane from Norway, Anna by Farstad.
Go to the start. Ready.
Yeah, it looked like there was a bit of movement by Anna by Farstad, and yes, she's got the red flag, so indicating that the red armband, and you can see a bit of movement. You know, even though this is the final meet of the year, and there's a bit of fun element
False
to
start,
it,
outer lane, not
athletes
stable.
always look forward to the oval finale. Make no mistake
Go
about it.
to
Every
the
athlete
start.
that gets on the start line is nervous. And why wouldn't they? I had a good chat with, I think it was Kirsten Hagen from BC, and I talked to her a couple days ago, and she was in the student lounge, the Oval Lounge, and I said, how are you feeling about the weekend? She said she's nervous, and
Ready.
that was 2 days before, and she's a veteran speed skater. So it happens to these skaters. So it's just, they're human, and they're fired up, and they're ready to go. And Farstad's got a good start. So let me go back to the Oval now. All right, we're off and running in the second start. 11:19 for Jenna Larder and Anna by Farstad. 11:25, the two fastest times so far in the opening 100 meters. Larder entering the her lane, the outer lane, as her and Farstad are competing stride by stride as they come down. This is going to be very close. Farstad crosses the line first with a season's best of 40.47. Lardle happy with that. That's a personal best for Jenna, 40.66. In the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane for the United States of America, Blair Cruikshank. So we have a Canadian and an American
Go
on the line.
to the
Bieber
start.
from Manitoba, Cruikshank from Minnesota in the States. Daughter of legendary Bonnie Blair and coached by her dad, Dave Cruikshank. They paired up and skated, I think,
Ready.
in the Junior Worlds in Innsbruck in the third cup. Cruikshank bested Bieber. Let's see how it works out this time around. Both very good skaters. Okay, opening time for Cruikshank at 10:81. Bieber in at 10:95. Both these skaters are looking to go under 40, and this is looking like this in this direction. So Bieber is going to finish in the outer lane. Cruikshank in the inner lane. Here they come. Out of the back corner. Here they come. As fast as possible down the straightaway. This is going to be very close indeed. Bieber crosses the line first with a personal best of 39.2, and Cruikshank 39.29. These two skaters brought the best out in each other. Well done. In pairing number 6 in the inside lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Gabrielle Jelinek. It was an excellent race by Bieber and Cruikshank. And that's the benefit of pairings. You push each other because at the end of the day, you're competing against the clock. You want the other skater in the lane to skate their fastest race, and you want to beat them. And the other skater wants the other skater to have their best race, and you want to beat them. All because it's against the clock. It's so hard to skate by yourself and get a low time. On the ice right now are two Quebec skaters, two friends. Phaneuf and Jelinek obviously know each other. Jelinek with an 11:25 opener. Phaneuf with an 11:29 opener. Looks like I see Munsif on the line and Sabrina Lapointe, the two of the 4 Quebec coaches that are here in Calgary and have been for basically almost 2 weeks. Phaneuf and Jelinek. Down the stretch, here they come. Crossing the line first is going to be Gabrielle Jelinek with a personal best of 40.01 and Phaneuf 40.17 PBs in pairing number 6. Congratulations. In pairing number 7, the inside lane from Norway, Karine Jagtuyen. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Allison Desmarais. We're going to start to see
the start.
The junior women who have not struggled, but as they continue to march their personal best down to start to crack 40 seconds. Bieber is the first of that group.
Ready.
I see Gabrielle and Chloe Jelinek, and I see Camille Tremblay. I see Emmanuel Cote, Ariane Fournier. I can see all these ladies, all these skaters, all starting over the next year. I would say that they're going to crack the 40 number, and good on them. Karina Jagtunen, 11:02 opener, third fastest opener. Desmarais at 11.16 for the fourth fastest opener. Looks like Shannon Rempel and Keegan Christ in the coach's box on the backstretch. Jagtinen from Norway I met last fall. And Demre, a veteran of the speed skating world, here they come down the stretch. Jagtinen's going to cross the line first with a time of 39:12, with the fastest time so far this morning, and Demre at 39:35 for the fourth fastest time. In the eighth pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Rose Lalabotte-Roy. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Abigail McCluskey.
Go to the start.
So Jagtinen has
Ready.
the fastest time so far, followed by Bieber, Cruikshank, Demre, and Jelinek. I'm just looking at the big screen across the oval. I didn't see what happened at the false start. Obviously some movement. It's a white flag. That means the infraction is to the inside skater, and that would be Rose Lalabotte-Roy. And how does somebody false start? Well, the starter might think that the skater might get low too slow. Their tip of their skate
False
might
start
be over the
inner
line.
lane, not stable.
But more often than not, there's just simply movement. And they're movement
Go
because
to the start.
they just have trouble being still in that moment in time for whatever reason. Most of the time it's nerves. These skaters are fired up and ready to go, especially for the 500 meters. They want to jump off that line like a jackrabbit and get the
Ready.
fastest start possible to get their momentum in the first 100 meters before they do what they refer to as a tempo lap. You want to go as fast as possible around the 500 meters. Marc Poulin is our starter today with the women's and all the next 4 days. So on the ice right now is Abigail McCluskey with an opening time of 11:33. Lalabotte-Roy with 11:08 time. Rose Lalabotte-Roy from the province of Quebec. Abigail McCluskey, the pride and joy of Penticton, British Columbia. Here they come out of the south corner. Lalabotte-Roy with the white armband, crossing the line first and does so with a time of 39:37. McCluskey in 39:55. In the ninth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. Both of these
Go
skaters, if you're
to the start.
following my webcast comments last week, and I tend to repeat myself a lot, so forgive me, because I think unless you're with me for the with us for the first full 4 days, every day
Ready.
is a new audience. Anyway, Isabelle Champagne and Brielle Durham represented their provinces at the Canada Winter Games, and Champagne had an outstanding meet with 3 medals, 2 golds and a bronze. She put on a clinic in the 3,000 meters. So it looks like she's over time looks like be a middle distance skater. Let's go back to the oval. Isabelle Champagne's opener 11:67 and Brielle Durham at 11:34. Alberta and Ontario on the ice right now. Pair 9 of 23 in the oval finale, Canada Cup 5, the 500-meter women's race. This looks to be very close as they head down the straightaway. Crossing the line first will be Durham with a personal best of 41.7 and Champagne also with a personal best of 41.81. In the 10th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Sandrine Levesque, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Molly Johnson.
Go to the start.
I haven't been keeping track, but I think there's probably about 8 or 9 personal bests so far. It's bittersweet for these skaters to get personal bests. It's sweet because if they get a PB, as we refer to it in the speed skating world, because that's everybody's measuring stick of progress, it's fantastic. That means you are making progress and with your technique and your fitness. The bitter part is you've just made it more difficult on yourself because you have to work harder to get another PB. Opening 100 meters for Molly Johnson, 11:82. Sandrine Levesque, 11:89. Sabrina Lapointe, coaching for Quebec, Levesque, and Kevin Crockett, coaching for Molly Johnson in the coach's box, giving words of encouragement for both of these skaters as they head out of the final corner, which is at the south end of the oval. It runs south to north or north to south. Crossing the line first will be Sandrine Levesque with a personal best of 41.65. She'll be very happy with that. Molly Johnson, 42.21. In the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. In the outer lane from BC, Kirsten Hagen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Robin Solly from Manitoba. Robin Solly from Manitoba and Kirsten Hagen from British Columbia. On the ice right now, Solly's opener, 11-74. Hagen, 12-14. Beautiful looking ice from the vantage point of the camera shot. Looks like a plane of glass. Here they come out of the final corner, down the straightaway, the last 80 meters or so, Solly and Hagen. It's going to be very close. Crossing the line first, Kirsten Hagen, a time of 42.36. Solly in at 42.7. We now move to the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Tatiana Defleck. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield.
Go to the start.
Another pair of skaters on the start line that represented their province
Ready.
at the Canada Winter Games. As those skaters are still like wax museum figures before Marc Poulin feels ready to pull the starter gun and start the race. Opening 100 meters for Defleck, 11.59, and Greenfield at 11.76. Rhea Pill, Phil Realpill coaching Tatiana Defleck, and Emily Greenfield. It looks like Marc-Andre coaching her. Greenfield more of a middle to long distance skater, but the 500 meters, and in fact all these skaters may just skate all the races, and why not? They're here to skate and race. Going to be very close to the very end. Crossing the line first with the season's best will be Emily Greenfield at 42.24 and Tatiana Defleck at 42.28 with a personal best. In the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alexa Annika. And in the outer lane from the United States, Mary Brophy Magnus. I have a soft spot for Alexa Annika because she coined me Sky Guy inside the oval. I think to the webcast community, I'm Greg Bieber, speed skating dad, but inside the oval, I'm Sky Guy because most of these skaters up until last fall, while they knew of me and maybe seen me around, hadn't really met me personally. I went on a journey of connecting with as many athletes as possible, but they only know my voice up in the sky. And so she came up with Sky Guy. She says, "Oh, you're Sky Guy." And I happen to like it, and I just champion it, and maybe it sticks. Who knows? But kind of a fun nickname. Mary Brophy Magnus, 11.76, 13 of 23 periods in the 500-meter women's, and Annika, opener of 12.03. Welcome aboard, everybody, inside the oval. Exciting 4 days ahead. This is day one of the 4 days oval finale, Canada Cup 5. This is what it's all about. You're watching it right now, right here on the ice, speed skating at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Crossing the line first is Brophy Magnus with a 42.32 time and 43.16 Annika with a season's best. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Laurence Pecat.
Go to the start.
We are using a new app now called Sportity. And I'm always the last to jump on the technology wagon, probably because of my generation, but eventually get
Ready.
on. But it's amazing. It has everything you want. Any newsworthy information as we watch a false start in pair number 14. But you have all your pairings in there. At least as we see it, all the pairings are cemented 1 hour before the race, but up until that point, it could change.
False start,
but the pairings
outer
for
lane,
the men's
not stable.
500 and the women's 1,000 and men's 1,000, you
Go
can see them
to
on
the
there.
start.
And then you get the live results. And then you can also connect to the webcast and hear my voice. You can't see me, but you can just hear my voice. And we use it, and I use it. And although I use, when I work on Nansen, I still like paper on a pairing sheet. Helps me keep organized. So here we are. The second start of this 14th pair is well underway, and here we go. In the inside lane is Emma Langstrom. She opens up her 100 meters at 11:79. Laurence Paquette at 12:18. As you see the shot on the screen from the back stretch, again, the beautiful conditions of the ice. Out of the corner first in the outer lane is Emma Langstrom with the white armband. And she's going to cross the line first and does so with a season's best of 42.87. And Laurence Paquette in at 43.21. In the 15th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Camille Alford. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Marie Follette.
Go to the start.
And Camille Alford, when you're watching this race, after your race, and I guess often coaches and skaters will watch their own skate to look for technique and anything that's going right, and maybe assess anything that they want to improve on. But Camille, we need a headshot from you. So go see Dustin Miller going into next season, or even if you're watching this tonight, go see Dustin Miller and get a headshot, and so the webcast world can see what you look like behind the skin suit, which is hard to see, and it's hard to determine and see these athletes because there's human beings behind these skin suits. But nonetheless, please do that. So Camille Alford and Marie Follette. Opening 100 meters, my favorite time, the exact same times, 12.22 for Alford and Follette as they head into the south corner and now head due north towards the Northwest Territories. And here comes Alford and Follette. Crossing the line first is Marie Follette with a time of 43.78 and 44.78 for Alford. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Daria Vogt. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Leila Cartier. Gotta love the head shot for Leila Cartier.
To the start.
Love the earmuffs, Leila. Adding a little personality to the headshot, keeping it conservative, but yet adding personality.
Ready.
Thank you for that. Daria Vogt, I met and had a good chat with out in Halifax. She represented her province at the Canada Winter Games, and I see her here all the time during competitions. As you can see, the men in the background just warming up for their 500 meters. There's Yankun Zhao in the back. I saw Chris Homestead. 100-meter openers for Leila Cartier, 11.72. Getting coached by Sebastian Beaulieu, and Daria Vogt getting coached by Phil Riopel. Vogt and Cartier, Alberta and Quebec on the ice right now. Strong contingent from Quebec. Hello, Quebec. Welcome, and glad you're here for both events. Grand Prix last weekend, oval finale this weekend. Crossing the line first with a personal best is Leila Cartier. 42.98, you'll be happy with that. Vote in at 44.16. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from the United States of America, Rebecca Simmons. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Freitag.
Go to the start.
You can see the reflection of the letters on the mats onto the ice. Now you're starting to see some of the marks on the ice from the skaters' strides, but that goes with the territory. That's why we have ice resurfacings after each of these events. We've got 23 pairings, and then we'll do an ice resurfacing and come back and start the 500-meter men's races. Rachel Freitag, 11.79 in her opener. As she's getting coached, see Simmons catching her draft for about 5 or 6 meters. 12:45. Simmons in her 100-meter opener. Simmons from the States, United States, and Freitag from Ontario. Freitag will cross the line first with a time of 42.82 for season's best, 43.93 for Simmons. In the 18th pairing from In the inside lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Rachel Mallard.
Go to the start.
Tina, if you're here for a couple more days, or your family is listening and watching from Sweden, maybe get word to Tina to come see us up in the timing deck, and we'll get her picture taken so we can have her on the screen so we can see what she looks like behind the skin suit. A headshot is something that we're looking to up our game and show and provide more of an experience for those on the webcast. We get a little bit better each and every year. So the 18th pairing is on the ice. Let's call the 100 meters in. Rachel Mallard's opening 100 meters, 11:97, getting coached by Phil Riopel down the backstretch, and Tina Svensson, 12:43 in her opening 100 meters as they both head into the final quarter. 500-meter race, 1 1/4 lap around a 400-meter track that is 13 meters wide. Mallard will cross the line first with a time of 43:29 and Svensson in at 44:69. In the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Juliette Larochelle. And while I'm talking to Juliette and Anne-Marie through the webcast, as I'm sure at some point they'll go back and look at this race or a series of races, come see us on the timing deck. Let's get your headshot. Let's get you on the screen. Ladies, Anne-Marie Lindqvist from Sweden and Juliette Larochelle. Neither of these two I have yet to meet. Hope to over the next 4 days and learn a little bit about them, their goals, their hopes, their dreams, what they're working on, who they'd like me to give a shout out to. The Lindqvist family, if you're watching home back in Sweden, hello. You're watching your daughter in a very colorful, beautiful skin suit. Let's see if La Rochelle catches a bit of the draft, and you can see that's what skaters do. That's a benefit of that coming out of the outer corner. Opening 100 meters, La Rochelle in at 12:16, Lindqvist in at 12:42. Down the straightaway they go with less than 50 meters, or less for sure, crossing the line first with a time of 43:87 to La Rochelle. Lindqvist in at 44:47. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak.
Go to the start.
Yeah, so let me talk a little bit about that. First of all, catching a skater's draft is legal, certainly in races like this in the mass start. If you
Ready.
There's a different rule about that, which I'll talk about maybe a little bit later. But the outer skater will come out of the corner ideally second in the first lap and catch a bit of the draft of the inside skater as the skater with the inside as they cross over, and that could amount to hundreds of a second catching the draft. It does make a difference. 20th pairing of 23 pairings, Gagnon opening 100 meters, 12:34. Dvorak, 12:01 from Saskatchewan. Tim Comfort on the in the coach's box for Saskatchewan. Sebastian Bulliot. Oh no, down we go. Dvorak is down. And that has affected Gagnon's race, so she'll finish the race. But she's just going to glide in as she knows now that the time really doesn't matter. And Sophia Dvorak went in awkwardly.
Just be a slight delay, skaters.
Okay. So obviously we'll pause here, and if we can get don't know if we can get a shot at Eugene. I don't know if we can get a shot at where Sophia is. Is she up? Okay, she's up. We're good. We'll do a nice check. Yeah, Marie-Michelle Gagnon at a time of 48:09 doesn't really matter. She may request a reskate. That's up to the officials, of course. I won't go into that area. That's not my area of department. That's just me speculating. But it was Sophia, as she headed into the mats, almost took out Gagnon, but Gagnon had to basically break and get out of the way. And I think we have two okay skaters, though. Okay, that was pairing in number 20. Sophia Dvorak is up, and hopefully she's okay. We have two Okay, I guess we're going to go to the next pairing. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pairing number 21 in the inside lane from British Columbia, Beth Smith. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Lily-Pierre Guérin.
Go
This is the
to the
second
start.
last pairing before we do an ice resurfacing. Last week, Sophia Cross, a young skater and deep in the pairings, fell.
Ready.
Caught a blade, I guess, or blew a wheel, as we'd say. Just one skate, maybe caught an edge and fell into the corner. And her skate got caught right under the mat. It turns out that she couldn't weight bear, and in the end talked to her dad and Sophia as they were leaving one day, and she simply got a minor sprain. Her season is done, but it couldn't happen at a better time if there's a silver lining to that, because it's now off season and she can heal. Get ready for next year. Opening 100 meters for Guérin at 12:37. Smith in at 12:97. Smith representing her province of British Columbia at the Canada Winter Games. British Columbia and Quebec on the ice right now. Smith in the white armband will cross the line first and does so with a personal best of 44.66 in Guérin at 45.77. In the 22nd pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Margaret Breedlove, and in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Kendra Hawkins.
Go to the start.
Margaret, if you're hearing me on the webcast, this isn't broadcast all over the Oval, or Maggie, as your friends call you, come see Dustin Miller and let's get a headshot for you so we can show your face on the screen. And when you get your picture taken, give us a big, bright smile. Margaret Breedlove and Kendra Hawkins, two Alberta skaters on the ice right now. You can see a medic just walking right in front of the screen. Let me give them a shout out. That's Avanish Bodoni and Ken Boniface are our two medics. And you can't have a sanctioned meet like this without two medics on. Hopefully they have nothing to do, but they're here to help. Marika Nadal and Phil Riopel on the coach's corner. Breedlove's opener, 12.73. Hawkins, 12.65. Here comes Hawkins down the straightaway first, crossing the line with a time of 44.92. And Breedlove in the white and red skin suit, a time of 50.40. In our final pairing, we have a single skater in the inside lane from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk.
Go to the start.
Olivia skated for Manitoba, but she did so. She skated for Manitoba at the Canada Winter Games and did so in short track. And here she is out for the weekend doing long track. So at this age, they skate both short and long track. I can't tell you if she likes short or long, but what I can tell you is this, that Olivia Krawchuk loves to speed skate. I know that because I'm from Manitoba, and she just loves to be on the ice, and she loves everything about it. Tremendous soul for speed skating Manitoba. Opening 100 meters, 12:46 as Scott Van Horn coaches her as she crosses over from the inside to the outer lane. With a solo skater, she has to dig a little deeper and imagine another skater beside her as she comes out of the south end of the oval, down the straightaway, getting cheered on by those on the side. Here comes Krawchuk crossing the line, and she does so with a personal best of 44.55. Nicely done, Olivia. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first venture into the Oval finale, Canada Cup 5. I hope you like it. I hope you stay with us for the remainder of the day on the webcast. And here at the Oval, we're going to do an ice resurfacing. And we're going to come back here at 11 o'clock, unless I hear differently. 11 o'clock, everybody. Grab a coffee, get a stretch in. The 500-meter men's, the first 22 of 35 pairings, will take place before we move into the 1,000 meters this afternoon. So glad to be here, everybody. Let's have some fun. We'll see you back here at 11 a.m. Calgary time.
2 minutes. 2 minutes to race.
Well, if you've just joined us on the webcast, we're 2 minutes away from the start. Well, we're actually about 1 minute away, and I'm going to go on to the oval. Eugene, if I can have a shot of the start line. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of the 500-meter men's here at the Olympic Oval finale, Canada Cup 5 in the first pairing. In the inside lane from Quebec, Antoine Roger. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, William Lemelin Bilodeau. Good luck, gentlemen. There are 35 pairings of the men's. We're going to have 22 pairings first. Then we'll take an ice resurfacing. And then we'll come back. If all goes according to plan, we'll come back at 5 to 12. This should take us about...
Go to the start.
I would say 30 to 35 minutes to complete our 22 pairs. Two Quebec skaters are on the ice right now, Roger and Lemelin Bilodeau. And we're off. Very similar skin suits, but how do you tell them apart? The white armband is Antoine Roger and William Lemelin Bilodeau in the red armband. Opening 100 meters for Roger is 10:05. Lemelin Bilodeau at 10:33. Looks like Sabrina Lapointe is coaching Lemelin Bilodeau, and Marc-André Poudrier-Michon is coaching Roger, or Poody, or Pood, as he's often called, as a nickname. Crossing the line first is Antoine Roger with a season's best of 35.72, 36.66 for Lemelin Bilodeau. We now move to the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Chris Homestead. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix.
Go.
With each pairing, I think you're going to start to see the times get faster and faster. I mentioned earlier during the women's 500-meter pairs that no matter how fun the oval finale is, even though and it's the last, it's not like, I mean, there's less on the line as there would be, let's say, at the World Juniors or the Worlds, or competing to try and get on the national team or NextGen, except for there, some of the skaters are trying to get some funding
False start
for NextGen
outer lane
and the national team.
Go
but
to the start.
I guess where I'm going with this, regardless of what's on the line, those skaters are nervous and ready to go, especially in the 500 meters. They want to get off the line as quickly as possible. Now we watch these skaters hopefully have a clean start the second time. And we do. This is good. Most second starts are clean. And we're off and running. Chris Homestead's opening time, 10.22. Lacroix, 10.43. These guys move around the 500-meter ice surface very, very quickly in the 35-second mark. Let's see how we shape up here. Homestead is going to cross the line first. 36.33 for Homestead. Zachary Lacroix, 36.52 in the third pairing in the inside lane. From Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. And in the outer lane, From Norway, Christian Landro Magnusson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 100 meters. Magnusson in at 10:02. Marcotte in at 10.07. Marcotte had a time last week around 35.75. Magnusson in was around 35.81. Let's see if these guys can best their times. Crossing the line first with the season's best, Marcotte 35.53, and Magnusson in at 35.78 for a personal best, besting last weekend's times. In the fourth pairing in the inside lane from Norway, Eric Russell, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson.
Go to the start.
So Gibson last week did a 35.68, and Russell had a personal best of 35.71. So two evenly matched skaters. Nice clean start for these two. So my guess is they're going to be in and around those times. Love to see them get sub 35.5, 35.5 that is. Let's see if they can shave 10 or 15 100ths of a second off their race. Opening times, blistering Gibson, 9.89 for the first fastest 100-meter time. We're selling at 9.95 for the second fastest. These guys are flying around at controlled speed in the final corner. Everything they got. Can they break 35.5 for each of them? We're going to find out. Gibson in at 35.48 with a personal best, and we're selling at 35.69. Nicely done. In the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Norway, Sivert Bratjerd. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet.
Go
okay, and
to
you
the
see
start.
those times are getting fast? They're just going to get faster here. Brunet laid down a time of 35.29, not his best. See, it was a season's best, but not his personal best. So you got Brunet, he's in the outer lane with the Canadian outfit. And Bratjerd in at 35.62. Fall start, second false start. We're only 5 pairings in, so guys must be nervous, and the infraction goes to Cedric Brunet. That'll have an effect on how quickly he jumps on the line, off the line for the second start. Hopefully nice and clean. He can lay down some very, very quick times. So Brunet 35.29 last week. Bratjerd in at 35.62. So if they do a 100-meter or let's say do a 10-second or a 9.8, 100 meters, that means that their tempo lap coming in at 35 is they're basically skating between 25 and 25 and a half seconds around the close to 25 seconds around the lap with a rolling start or the 100-meter start. We call it in the skaters and the coaches, they refer to them as tempo. Tempo laps. Okay, here we go. Nice. We got a nice clean start. So what was I saying in terms of times? Bratjerd 35.62, Brunet at 35.29. Let's see if we can do it. Look at those openers. Bratjerd in at 9.77, flying around in the opening 100 meters. Brunet in at 9.83. So here we go. Bratjerd will finish in the outer lane as he's crossed over. They come out of the southern corner. Very close, pushing each other, stride for stride. Can they best their times? Here comes Brunet crossing the line, I think first with a time of 35.4 and a personal best, 35.58 for Bratjerd. In the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, David Laroux. And in the outer lane from British Columbia, Joshua Tellison.
Go to the start.
These are fast skaters on the ice. Okay, so 35.26 is what Tellison did last week. and 35.23 for LaRue. So basically 3/100ths of a
Ready.
second. Tellison has got the spider start or the three-prong start. Oh, and he slips on the start. Unfortunately, that's going to cost him. Can he make it up? He's going to be miffed at that for sure. Joshua, I hope you can. Hopefully you can regain the speed, and that'll cost you on the 100 meters, unfortunately. 10:15 for his opener, not his usual. David LaRue at 9:77. So LaRue's opener is 9:77 to those in the oval. Tellison at a 10:15. It's going to be very close. But LaRue crosses the line with a 35.11 season's best and Tellison at 35.56. In the seventh pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Yankun Zhao.
Go to the
Jalen,
start.
we got to get you a headshot. You've been around the oval long enough. Cool dude he is. Yeah, unfortunately for Joshua, he slipped a little bit, and that probably cost him 2 or 3/100ths of a second. That's too bad. But
Ready.
he gets another opportunity to compete in the 500 meters, and I'm sure he will make his adjustments on the start and come back with a sub 35.5 race. So we're 7 pairings in. We've had 3 false starts so far, so you must be nervous on the line. These two gentlemen are friends and teammates, and obviously when they're on the ice, they want to beat each other, but best each other, get the best out of each other as well. They competed at the Junior Worlds in Insel, Germany at the 3rd Cup stop, and also the World Championships. And we weren't expected to medal, the Canadian juniors, and Doan came within 2/100ths of a second in medaling in one of the races. Both top 8 in a couple of distances. They put a great showing on the team.
Ready.
Yankun Zhao is aged out of junior. Will now move into Neo Senior. And watch these guys, future stars. Canada's long track, they're going to fly around. Yankun Zhao and Jalen Doan on the ice. Zhao's opening 100 meters, 9.91. Doan in at 9.98. Now they settle in to skate the fastest 400 meters they possibly can do here with 200 meters or less to go. Doan will finish in the outer lane and Zhao in their inner lane. Zhao with a white armband Doan with a white armband crossing the line first at 35.32 and Zhao at 35.44. In the 8th pairing from Nova Scotia, in the inside lane, Cooper Eamon. And in the outer lane from Taiwan, Tai Wei Lin.
Go to the start.
So David LaRue right now has got the fastest time. Jalen Doan has laid down the 2nd fastest time. Cedric Brunet,
Ready.
the 3rd fastest. Yankun Zhao. You watched the 2nd and the 4th fastest time so far. And Ryan Gibson in the 5th position. Cooper Eamon and Tai Wei Lin on the ice right now, and they are also very fast. So Cooper Eamon's opening 100 meters, 9.71, and Wei Lin, 10.09. Cooper is coached by Will Dutton, who studied starts in his day as a sprinter and had one of the fastest starts in the entire world during his time competing in speed skating. Here comes Eamon down the straightaway, crossing the line with a season's best of 35.04 for the best time so far this morning, and the time to beat Tai Wei Lin, 35.61. In the 9th pairing in the inside lane from Norway, Martin Solberg Andreasen, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne.
Go to the start.
So Cooper Eamon now takes the top spot. I don't think that's a surprise, but it's so tight in just over 35 seconds. David LaRue in the 2nd spot. Jalen Doan, 3rd.
Ready.
Cedric Brunet, 4th. And Yankun Zhao, 5th. We're doing podium awards. Gold, silver, and bronze. And we'll do that for the 500-meter women's and then the men's when all the pairings are complete. I've never seen that before. I've never seen 2 flags
False
go
start,
up
inner
before.
lane, going down too slow. False start outer lane,
That's the
not stable.
fourth false start. That's basically
Go
every second
to
race
the
is
start.
false starting. We're in the 9th pairing, it seems, at this point. But this one, I've never seen both flags. Both had an infraction. Again, these guys are nervous. I don't blame them. They're fired up. And here we go. Three-pronged start for Andreasen. Martin Solberg Andreasen. I think his dad, Bjorn, went home. Bjorn, I hope your hamstring is okay. You're probably watching from Norway right now. It's probably 6 or 7 at night there. Your son just booked in a 10-2, 100 meters. Here we go. 10-2 opener for Andreasen, announcing inside the oval, and Champagne 10-36 for his opener as they head down the final 100 meters straightaway. Everything they got, moving those fast twitch muscles. Who's going to cross the line first? Champagne with a personal best of 36.52. He keeps PBing at these meets, and Andreasen at 36.83. In the 10th pairing in the inside lane from the U.S., Augie Herman, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Paul Coder.
Go to the start.
Coder had a season best of around 36.49. I caught up to Augie yesterday. I saw him a couple days ago. I'm just going to check to see what his 500-meter best time is. But he's having a very, very good year. One of the things that he said to me when I talked to him was that he wanted to really grow the sport when he's done competing. So obviously a love of the sport on and off the ice. Augie Herman with an opener of 10.4. Paul Coder at 10.17 as they head to the final straightaway. Crossing the line first is Paul Coder, 36.38 with the season's best, and Augie Herman a time of 36.67. In the 11th pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, David Carlinshoe, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Depre.
Go to the start.
Yeah, I saw Augie over in Inzel, and we had a good chat. We got to know him a little bit from the exchange between Manitoba and Roseville. The Manitobans go down to Roseville for the Am Cup. And it hasn't happened the last few years because, well, because we've had a pandemic. But hopefully that'll change this year. Zachary Dupre opening 100 meters, 10.2. Carlinshoe at 10.42. Dupre had an outstanding Canada Winter Games representing his province. He walked away with 4 medals, 3 bronze and a silver, and a gold rather. Okay, crossing the line first with a personal best is Zachary Dupre, having a great season, 36.41. Carlinshoe in at 37.07. In the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Raphael Cote. And in the outer lane from BC, Kieran Hansen. Gotta love
to the start.
Cote's skin suit, the fleur de lis, from head to toe. Gorgeous suit. That looks like the Canada Winter Games suits. He got a gold as well. Part of the team pursuit with him and Antoine Amal, Felix La Rochelle, and as I mentioned, Zachary Dupre. Again, not many made it the podium, and Zachary Dupre walked away with 4 medals. Skated away, I guess is probably another way of saying it, and Cote won a medal in the team pursuit, that being gold. Opening 100 meters, Kieran Hansen, 10.39. Cote in at 10.44. Sebastian Beaulieu coaching Raphael Cote, and Kevin Crockett coaching Kieran Hansen, both in the coach's box on the west side of the oval. Down the straightaway they go with less than 100 meters. Wearing the red armband is Kieran Hansen, crossing the line at a time of 36.56, and Cote in at 37.1. In the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Logan Tobler, and in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton.
Go to the start.
In case you've just joined us, or I've been white noise in your day in the background, we're live at Calgary, Alberta, at the amazing Calgary Olympic Oval, home of the fastest ice in the world. On March 16th, the Calgary Oval Finale and Canada Cup number 5 underway. 13th pairing of 35 pairings in the men's 500 meters. Matthew Laxton, 10.3 opener. Toblin in at 10.32. Crockett and Todd McClements in the coach's box, coaching their skaters. Wearing the same color of skin suits, same design. The white armband is Toblin, will finish in the outer lane. Laxton, red armband, crossing the line first in the inner with a season's best of 36.77. Toblin in at 36.99. In the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Poulin. And in the outer lane, also from Alberta, Andre Rasmus.
Go
So two
to the
Canada
start.
Winter Game skaters on the start line right now. Poulin chose to skate short track at North Rustico and came away with a couple of medals. He loves short track and long track. I actually don't know. I'm just talking with his dad, and I forgot to ask him what discipline, does he like short track or long track better? And Andre Rasmus representing Alberta at the Winter Games for his province. So Poulin's opening time is 10:47. Andre Rasmus at 10:32. Riopel giving the encouragement to Erasmus as he heads down the back stretch. Now out of the final corner. Here they go. Everything they got. What kind of times are they going to lay down here? Here comes Poulin crossing the line first with a personal best of 36.49 and a personal best for Andre Erasmus as well, 36.7. In the 15th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Emile Huard. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kobaki. So pairing number 14.
To the start.
They start their oval finale with and Canada Cup 5, which is 2 speed skating meets all meshed into
Ready.
one. And they start their meet with personal best in the 500. And tomorrow,
Skater step back.
they get to do it all over again. Although I'm going to check, I'm going to look ahead to the schedule and give you some insight into the next few days. But today it's the 500 meters.
False start. Outer lane.
And
Going
the
down too
1,000.
slow. Go to the start.
Tomorrow is St. Patrick Day. I wonder who will wear greenskin suits. But we're going to do the men 5,000 in the morning, and the men's
Ready.
5,000. And then we'll have the women's 500 meter tomorrow. So the women get to do it all. And then the women's 3,000. So 5,000. So long distance and short distance tomorrow. Men's will be another day for their 500 meters. Opening times in the 100 meters for Amelie Wad, 10:37. And Kubaki, 10:39. Sabrina Lapointe coaching and encouraging Uad. Kubaki getting coached on the back stretch as well. Now the front stretch or the straightaway, pushing each other stride by stride. Let's see how it ends up. Very close. Personal best for Kubaki, 36.88, and personal best for Uad at 36.9. Well done, gentlemen. In the 16th pairing inside lane from BC, Nicholas Goliath, and in the outer lane from the US of A, Matthew Salm.
Go to the start.
Okay, Matthew Salm and Nicholas Goliath. I know, Matthew, you're not here as often as the other skaters, but get a headshot in. Go see Dustin Miller. Come up on the
Ready.
timey deck. Let's get a picture of you so we can see you on the screen. So your family and friends back home who are watching can see you on the screen. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I'll meet up with the American contingent at some point. I'll make sure that, Matthew, I'm pronouncing your name correctly. And Nicholas Goliath, you don't have any excuse. You're here all the time. Let's get a headshot for you. 10:53 opener for both Goliath and Som. Dave Cruikshank coaching Som down the backstretch, and Kevin Crockett coaching Gulyav. Into the final corner they go, out into the final 100 meters, pushing and striding, pushing each other. Let's see if they can get their times into PB season's best territory. Here comes Goliath with a personal best of 37.16. Som in at 37.88. In the 17th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Daniel Pauly. And in the outer lane from Quebec, William La Rochelle. Now, doesn't that look
Go
better when you look
to
on the
the
screen
start.
and the monitor in the oval? Look at that. Two good-looking guys with their stats below and their team colors. I encourage the
Ready.
skaters to, the next time when they go round two for their headshots, a little more creativity. Let's have some fun with it. I see La Francais, the third skater this morning, is with a three-pronged start. William Dunton did that as part of his career. Daniel Pauly's opening 100 meters, 10:29. La Francois in at 10:72. Todd McClements coaching Daniel Pauly. Sabrina Lapointe coaching La Francois. Here they come down the backstretch. Here comes Pauly, about 5 meters ahead of La Francois, crossing the line. His skate crosses the line with a time of 36.95 for a personal best. La Francois in at 38.35. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Daniel Hall. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Gregory Picard.
Go to the start.
Daniel Hall is a middle, more long-distance skater, but he and
Ready.
other skaters will probably be skating, and I haven't talked to Daniel directly, just said hi to him this morning, but you know, they might just skate all the distances, and why not? Because sometimes they'll use these meets as a form of conditioning as well. But the only way you get better the only way you get better as a skater to race is to race. And that's what these meets serve up, is opportunities for that. Daniel Hall opening time in the 100 meters, 10.88, and Picard in at 10.82. 500-meter race, 1 1/4 lap around a 400-meter oval. Picard with the red armband will finish very close. Daniel Hall almost caught him on the back stretch, or front stretch. Picard in at 37.68. Hall with a personal best of 37.84. He'll take that all day long. In the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Fergus English. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Felix La Rochelle.
Go to the start.
So you're looking at two skaters on the start line that competed for their province at the Canada Winter Games, and both medaled. La Rochelle won a
Ready.
gold medal with the Quebec team in the team pursuit. And not far behind him was the Saskatchewan team, and Fergus English, along with Daniel Pauly, who just raced, Andre Rasmus, and Luca Vieman, got the silver medal. It was very, very close. Very exciting race to watch. 10:63 opener for Fergus English in his 100 meters, and La Rochelle 10:74. See, Tim Comfort and Sebastien Bouillot are the coaches down, encouraging their skaters down the backstretch in the coach's box, their assigned location. Here comes English and La Rochelle pushing and striding the final few meters of their 500-meter race. It's going to be close. Crossing the line first is 37.81. La Rochelle, English in at 38.21. Antoine Amel in the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec. Antoine Amel in the outer lane from New Zealand, Kieran Hughes.
Go to the start.
I had to laugh at myself. I called that race in with my announcing voice, thinking it was actually going over the oval. It was going to go in the webcast.
Ready.
You could probably tell when I'm having a conversation with you on the webcast versus an announcing voice. They are different voices for different reasons. Announcing really is for information, maybe a little entertaining, a little commentary in the 500, but I want to speak less inside the oval and more on the webcast, on the longer races. Let me call in, let me press the button and talk to those in the oval. In the 20th pairing of 35, Antoine Amel's opening 100 meters, 10.68. Hughes in at a very close 10.67, 1/100th of a second apart. On the opening 100 meters, how are they going to finish? As they push and stride all the way down, it looks like Hughes is going to cross the line first. He does with a personal best of 37.64. Amel in at 38.03. In the second last pairing, before we do a nice resurfacing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski, and in the outer lane from Alberta as well, Jared Farquharson.
Go to the
So
start.
here's how it's going to play out. It's 11:27. We are going to have 2 more races in the 500-meter men's. Then we're going to do an ice resurfacing. Looks like
Ready.
there's no drama in terms of affecting our schedule. We'll come back here at 11:55 Calgary time, 5 minutes to 12. So it'll give you probably close to 25 minutes to grab a bite to eat, grab a coffee, stretch out, and come back and watch the continuation of the men's 500-meter races here at Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. Witowski's opening 100 meters is 10:55. Farquharson in at 10:54. Both skaters have the same design and color of the skin suit. Witowski's wearing the white armband. Farquharson in wearing the red armband, crossing the line almost at the same time. Farquharson in at 38:15 and Witowski in at 38:18. The final pairing before we go to a restart and a revised start time of 11:50. Inside lane from Norway, Sondre Glasnet, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Caleb Jacobson. Okay, I
Go
mentioned we
to
had
the
a start
start.
time of 11:50. That was on the original schedule. Team coordinator, meet coordinator rather, Greg Plenard, dropped by the revised time as we were slightly ahead of schedule. 11:50, 5 minutes to 12 Calgary time. We will resume the 500 meters. Men's pairings with 13 more pairings to go. Okay. Opening time 10:56 for Glasnet, 10:71 for Jacobson. I stand corrected. Actually, I can't even remember what I said. It's 11:29 right now. We're coming back at 11:50. Basically, in 20 minutes time after this race. A 38:13 finish for Jacobson, a 38:32 for Glasnet from Norway. Alberta and Norway just finished up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here at 10 minutes to 12 at 11:50 to continue on the 500-meter men's. Final 13 pairings. 10 minutes to 12. Grab a coffee, get a stretch, visit some new people, and we'll continue on with the 500-meter races. Right now, we'll do the ice resurfacing. See you soon.
Skaters, 2 minutes to start. 2 minutes to start.
Nathaniel and Oscar, I'm about to announce you over the oval. They can see just the silhouette of a face and a head. So make sure you see Dustin Miller or somebody at the timing deck who get your picture taken. Nathaniel Beveridge and Oscar Nielsen. And if the Nielsen family are watching back home, maybe let Oscar know. I have yet to meet him. It's 11:49. We will resume the 500-meter men's races in the next pairing, the 23rd pairing. Starting in the inside lane from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. And in the outer lane from the United States of America, Nathaniel Beveridge. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready. Skaters, stand up. Back. Go to the start.
Welcome back, everybody. It's pair number 23 of 35. 13 more
Ready.
pairings to go. And that'll complete the first of our 500-meter races. Men's 500 meters. I have to figure out what day that is. I think the women's is tomorrow as well. Opening 100 meters for Oscar Nielsen, 10:55. Nathaniel Beveridge at 10:61. Nielsen from Sweden. Beveridge from the United States. A Swede and an American on the ice right now. Nielsen will cross the line first and does so with a time of 38:24. Beveridge at 38:48. In the 24th pairing, in the inside lane from the Netherlands, Mark Withaken. And in the outer lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Eckenshaw.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 100 meters for Eckenshaw, 10:85. For Withagen at 10:86. Mark Withagen from the Netherlands. Wilhelm Eckenshaw from Sweden. Eckenshaw crosses the line first with a time of 38:05 for a season's best, 38:48 for Withagen. In the 25th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Eric Angelazzi.
Go to the start. Ready.
Angelazzi's opening time, 10.8. McPeak at 10.9. Julie Wong coaching. Eric Angelazzi, Scott Van Horn in the coach's box from Manitoba for Ian McPeak as they come out of the final turn, the second of the two turns. McPeak pushing, striding. Angelazzi trying to catch him. A personal best for Ian McPeak at 38.68 number. Angelazzi in at 39.78. In the 26th pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Arvid Kallingsjö. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee.
Go to the start. Ready.
And we are off. We have a Swede and a Canadian on the ice right now. Arvid Kallingsjö from Sweden. He opens with a 100-meter time of 10.69. Stephen Lee, a time of 10.58, representing Ontario. This is the 26th of 35 pairings in the men's 500-meter race. Kallingsjö in the gray and blue skin suit crossing the line with a time of 38.33, and that is a personal best. Stephen Lee, 38.74, and that is a personal best. We now move to the 27th pairing in the inside lane from BC, Jack Hansen. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Liam McKegg. Although as I am announcing
Go to
Liam
the start.
McKegg, I don't see him on the line, but I'm going to announce the skater anyway because he could come in from out of the screen. So he's a scratch.
Ready.
Got to skate by himself, sadly. It happens. Not that often, but it happens. Jack Hansen skating by himself in this 500 meters with an opening time of 10.08. Here come Hansen out of the first corner down the backstretch. Crossing over. He'll have to cross over into the outer lane and does, getting encouragement from his coach, Phil Riepel. The final 100 meters for Hansen. Give him a cheer inside this oval as he's the only skater on the ice. He has to find it within himself and does with a time of 39.19 and a personal best, skating by himself. Outstanding. In the 28th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Edouard Beaulieu. And in the outer lane from BC, Nate Ben.
Go to the start.
We'll continue to see some sub-40 skaters. Let's see if these skaters who are in the 39.5 to high 39s, see if they can get their times closer to the number 39.
Ready.
Obviously, the goal is to break 39. I talked about personal bests earlier. They're bittersweet. They're sweet when you get one. But then you realize, oh, no, I got to go out and do it again. That's what it's all about. It's chasing that PB. That's a sign of progress. And I know I talk to some skaters, and sometimes they're not happy with the race, even though they get a personal best. And I don't quite understand that. A personal best is a personal best, whether it's ugly or pretty. Get your PBs. Nate Ben, opening 100 meters, 10.82. Edouard Beaulieu at 11.06. Here they come, pushing, striding, fighting to the finish line with the fastest time possible. Crossing the line first is Nate Ben, 39.69. Beaulieu clocks in with a personal best of 39.78. In the 29th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alex Wood. And in the outside lane from Alberta, Evan Boyce.
Go to the start.
I don't know the answer to this question. I'm just going to throw it out there. And I met Evan's mom, who's a referee in training.
Ready.
Evan doesn't have a skin suit hat on, or if he does, he's taken it off. And I'm not sure the reason for that. And I think I'll ask one of the coaches. And it could be just a preference. Who knows? Obviously, he's more comfortable because he's aware that other skaters wear skin suit caps. Alex Wood, opening time of the 100 meters, 10:84. Evan Boyce, 10:76. Wood from Ontario, Boyce from Alberta. Here comes Wood in the outer lane, finishing with a time of 39:08. That's a personal best. He'll be happy with that. Evan Boyce, 40:61. In the 30th pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. And in the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Finley Tulloch.
Go to the start.
Both of these skaters represented their province at the Canada Winter Games. This is a Canada Winter Games year, so if you're wondering why I'm talking about it a lot, they only come
Ready.
along every 4 years. We don't know where the next one's going to be. It's in 2027. I think in 2031 it's going to be in Quebec City. And I think it was supposed to be in Yellowknife or somewhere up north in one of the territories in 2027, but somehow that didn't happen. Anyway, where was I going with it? Adam Reel represented his province in short track and Finley Tulloch in long track for the province of Nova Scotia. Aaron Reel's opening 100-meter time, 10.75, and Finley Tulloch at 11.16. Here comes Reel with the final few strides, crossing the line with a personal best of 39.25. And Finley Tulloch at 39.88, keeping the trend of breaking 40 for almost all the skaters pairing 30. In the 31st pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Chandra Danda. And in the outer lane from BC, Matthew Mitchell.
Go to the start.
So more
Ready.
PBs are going around, and I hope the skaters are putting their names on the ping pong balls inside the big sphere. This is something that we have drummed up, pun intended, to create some enthusiasm around the sport. I think it's a great idea. The opening 100-meter time for Mitchell is 11:08. For Danda from Ontario, 11:15. I got to go out and meet the Ontario coach. I haven't met him yet. There's still a few coaches I haven't met. So, crossing the line first with a pair of personal bests is Matthew Mitchell at 40:01 and Chandra Dandra in at 40:16. Congratulations, gentlemen. In the 32nd pairing in the inside lane for Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. And in the outer lane from the province of British Columbia, Cameron Thomas.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kulbacki from Manitoba, Thomas from BC. There are two Kulbackis in this meet, Ryan Kulbacki and Eric Kulbacki. Ryan is older by, I think, 2 or probably 3 years. Eric Kulbacki is the younger of the two. Ryan is a University of Calgary student. Eric is in, I'm going to say grade 10. I think I'm close. Eric Kulbacki's opening time, 11:22. Thomas in at 11:64 as they round the second and final corner in the 100 meters, 500 meters rather. Kulbacki is going to cross the line first and does so with a time and a personal best of 40:76. Thomas clocks in his 500 meters at 41:83. In the 33rd pairing, the inside lane, all the way from Australia, Darius Achetti. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Etienne Talon.
Go to the start.
One of the first skaters I met when I was shopping for groceries, I came out here 4 years ago at Save On Foods, was Darius Hachetti. And this man
Ready.
is, well, he coaches himself. He's in his mid to late 30s and absolutely loves skating. He just loves it. And we're such an inclusive sport. Got the kick butt skin suit in the yellow and black with the beautiful yellow shades on. And he wore a smile on his face, like a Cheshire cat, ear to ear grin. A friendly soul, Darius Hachetti, all the way from the land down under. The opening 100 meters for Perron is 11:01. Hachetti 11:59. Stretching out, final few meters of this 500-meter race. Crossing the line first with a personal best is 39:85. Etienne Perron and Hachetti 41:47. In the 34th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Olivier Langeville.
Go to the start.
This is the second last pairing of our men's pairing. See how quickly it can go.
Ready.
We're then going to take a break for lunch. On the schedule, it says we'll be back at 1:20. The 1,000-meter warm-up is for the men's and women's is going to be after this, but we're going to do the podium presentation. Let me go back to this race first, though. Olivier Langeville with a time of 11:29 in his opening 100 meters, and Joshua Sutherland a time of 11:42. Second last pairing before we go into the final pairing. We will have the awards for the men's 500 meters and the women's 500 meters. Sutherland books in a personal best of 40:51, and Langeville at 40:97 for PB. So 2 PBs in the second last pairing. In the final pairing, pairing number 35, in the inside lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason. And in the outer lane from Ontario as well, Camden Bettas.
Go to the start. Ready.
These two skaters I've yet to meet personally. I actually happened to meet Cameron's mother as I was walking in. We introduced ourselves. Her name is Amy Nielsen and married to Will. And Will, if you're watching, your son is skating right now, and I met your lovely wife. And Cameron has an interesting story. I mean, it's mostly short track out of Hamilton in Ontario, but here to get some long track experience. Very, very young in early days in his speed skating career, whatever discipline he chooses. Betta's opening 100 meters, 11:32. Mason, 11:44. Each of them are pushing each other. Obviously, they know each other. Betta's in with a personal best of 41:08, and Mason in at 41:36, which completes the 500-meter men's race. Coming up, the podium awards for the 500-meter women's races. Blair Cruikshank, Sophia Bieber, and Karina Yagtian, please make your way down to the podium area, as well as Jalen Doan, David LaRue, and Cooper Eamon. Head down to the podium area, please. Let's get the podium awards underway. Okay, down. So we're looking for 6 skaters, the 3 fastest women 500-meter skaters and the 3 fastest men's skaters. Dustin Miller is going to come down in a moment and greet the skaters, and we're going to announce them: bronze, silver, and gold, third, second, and first. Maybe that's probably a good way of doing it. Second, third, second, and first. So we need Bieber, Shank, Bieber, and Yagtuyen. We need Doan, Lauru, and Eamon. Head down there, skaters. I'll walk down and see if I can see you there. Maybe I'll put some awards music on. Make it really official. So if you're still watching on the webcast, we're going to do some podium awards. We just have to get everything organized. So hang in there. It's 12:09. We'll be a few minutes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are live at the Calgary Olympic Oval. Also on the webcast, The camera is facing the numbers 1, 2, and 3, and we have all the women here that we're going to give out the podium awards to. Dustin Miller, our team lead of competition here at the Oval, will hand out the awards, and we'll do it for the ladies. We'll come back and do the men's later. So, ladies and gentlemen, the first 500-meter race in the women's, taking home the bronze with a time and a personal best of 39:28. From Wisconsin, United States of America, give it up for Blair Cruikshank. In the second, taking home the second position from Manitoba, Canada, also with a personal best of time of 39.2. Give it up for Sophia Bieber. And taking home the first position, just off her PB with a time of 39.11 from the country of Norway. Give it up for Karina Jagtuyen. Big congratulations to Blair Cruikshank, Sophia Bieber, and Karina Jagtuyen for their first, second, and third positions. They get to do this all over again in the 500 meters tomorrow afternoon. We will do the 500-meter men's presentation when we collect them, and it might be later today after the 1,000-meter women's and men's. Congratulations, ladies. Here's the schedule from this point forward. Ladies and gentlemen, the ice is open for warm-up until 5 minutes to 1. We'll do an ice resurfacing. And unless I'm notified differently, we'll resume the afternoon skate with the women's 1,000-meter pen. We'll have 23 pairings at 20 minutes after 1. 20 minutes after 1. Warm up till 5, till 12:55, and then we'll start at 1:20. All officials and volunteers and anybody connected will have a lunch break. We'll see you then. Congratulations, ladies. More awards to come.
Skaters, 2 minutes to start. 2 minutes to start.
The 1,000 meter women's races coming up. I'll announce the first pairing. There's 21 pairings in total. And then I'll turn it over to the starters. In the first pairing in the inside lane from the province of Quebec, Camille Tremblay. And in the outer lane from the province of Saskatchewan, Skylar Van Horn. Good luck, ladies. Well, welcome back to the webcast, everybody. Camille Tremblay, Skylar Van Horn is the first of 21 pairings in the 1,000 meter race in a 400 meter track. That's 2.5 laps around the race. I'll give you the
to
opening
the start.
200 meters. That's the runway before they take off and set their tempo laps, or the fastest laps possible. It is a sprint. It is looked at as a sprint. It's full out as possible. They want to build up to the 200 meters, get that out as fast as possible, and then hold their lap time as much as possible. So we should see some opening 200 meter times, somewhere between 20 and 21 seconds with Tremblay and Skylar Van Horn. Young, almost want to say veterans, they're very, very much in their early years of speed skating, teenagers, but have been around quite a while. Both represented their provinces at the Canada Winter Games. So Tremblay and Van Horn. Opening 200 meters in Skylar Van Horn, 20.01, and Tremblay at 20.05. Scott Van Horn coaching Skylar Van Horn, and Sebastian Bouillot coaching Camille Tremblay. As I mentioned, 2.5 laps around this 400 meter track. They start in the middle of the track on the west side and finish in the middle of the track on the east side of the oval. With less than 300 meters to go, down the straightaway backstretch, Van Horn ahead of Tremblay. Van Horn will finish in the very lane that she started, which was the outer lane. Here comes Van Horn with a red armband and the black and yellow outfit, and does a time of 1:22.59. Tremblay books in her time at 1:26.54. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Haley Bell. In the outer lane, also from Alberta, Isabelle Champagne.
Go to the start.
Veteran starter with international credentials, Marc Poulin, is the starter for the women
Ready.
for all 4 days. Haley Bell and Isabelle Champagne on the ice. I'm expecting possibly one, maybe two PBs, or certainly season's best out of these two skaters. Isabelle Champagne's had a very good year and will turn into junior next year and will be eligible to try to make the junior national team. Haley Bell opening 200 meters, 19.78. Isabelle Champagne. Haley Bell is being coached by Kevin Crockett. Phil Riopel coaching Isabelle Champagne, encouraging them down the backstretch as they head to the Bell lap. I can hear it up here in the timing deck. If you've just joined us, we're in the second of 21 pairings in the 1,000 meter women's race. Champagne will finish in the outer lane, Bell in the inner lane. Going to be a very close finish. Champagne will cross the line first at a 122.66, Bell in at a 123.4. We now move to the third pairing in the inner lane from BC, Kirsten Hagen, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Darby Beeson. Okay, I'm a bit surprised. I thought maybe some personal bests would have fallen here for these skaters in the first two pairings. I'm wrong. And let's see what happens here. I know Kirsten prefers the longer distances. And Darby, I think, will take any distance that goes her way. Looks like we're going to be doing this again. The infraction is to Darby. You see the red flag in the corner of your screen.
False start, outer lane, not stable.
I didn't quite hear.
Go to the start.
Mark Berlin said, but you know, could have been movement. It's quite possible.
Ready.
I've gotten to know both of these skaters, and they're terrific people. I was in Insel, Germany, and Darby was there for the Canadian junior national team competing at the Worlds. Kirsten, I see around the oval all the time when I'm there. She wants to give a shout out to her mom Anna and her dad Mike if you're watching. Opening 200 meters for Beeson, 20.2. Hagen in at 20.66. Looks like Kastrina Lazarescu is coaching alongside Phil Riopel in the coach's box. Hagen and Beeson on the track right now. Hagen from British Columbia, Burnaby to be exact, and Darby Beeson from Ardrey, Alberta. My apologies. About 35 minutes from here. Ready, basically on Highway 2 on the way to Edmonton. Here they come, final corner. Here comes Beeson in the red armband, stretching it out, finishing her race with a 121.18. Hagen in at 122.38. We now move to the fourth pairing in the inside lane. For Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Caitlin Pelkey. Okay, so I'm not going to be so generous thinking that our skaters are going to get some personal best. We've had three pairings, and they're over their personal best last weekend. Many of them got PBs, so let's see how they make out here.
Ready.
They could be tired from the 500. The ice could be a bit slower. Who knows? Bieber's having an outstanding year. She's crowned the Canadian Junior Long Track Champion. She was second to Laura Hall in 2022 and got the crown earlier this year in Quebec City and joined 9 other skaters and competed for the Worlds for Canada in Insel. Bieber's opening 200 meters, the fastest so far of this grouping, 18.81. Pelkey, the second fastest time, in at 19.54. Kevin Crockett coaching Caitlin Pelkey, and Scott Van Horn coaching for Manitoba and for Sophia Bieber. Here comes the bell lap. 400 meters to go for these two skaters. I talked to Bieber before the race. Got a 28.3 lap time, 29.5 for Pelkey, and she said she was really nervous. So I know that she's probably gunning for a PB, and so I think getting nervous before a race is a good thing, actually. So here comes Bieber finishing off in the inside lane, crossing the line with a 1:18.22, literally obliterating her PB by about a couple of seconds. Congratulations, Sophia Bieber. Caitlin Pelkey at 1:20.92. In the fifth pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Victoria Goplan. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Audrey Phaneuf. Yeah, you can see a big smile on Scott Van Horn's face and Kevin Crockett's face, as Sophia is known to Kevin through Coach Alex Moritz. I mean, everybody's talking to everybody at all the skaters, and big smiles because they know that that was an incredible personal best by Sophia Bieber by a wide margin. And as I've said many times before, I guess I'll say it again. I'm so happy for skaters to get their personal best because it shows it's their measuring stick. That's their podium. For every single skater has a podium called personal best. It measures the progress they're making. Now, enjoy it for about 10 minutes because now you got to start working on besting that personal best. That's the bitter part of it. But that's why they come back. That's the competition. That's what they love about it. Audrey Phaneuf from Quebec has a 200-meter time of 19.5. Goplan in at 19.61. Looks like Sabrina Lapointe is coaching Phaneuf, and Christina Lazarescu coaching Victoria Goplan, who comes from a long line of skaters. When I mean long line of skaters, it is incredible. Uncles and grandparents and its parents. It's really quite something, the Goplan family. I talked about it in previous times. I won't go into it in any major depth now. Her goal, I mean, it's Gordon and Sandra are her parents. And Gordon and Sandra, if you're ever at the Oval, come by and say hi to Sky Guy, Greg Bieber. Love to meet you. One thing about Victoria, she says she loves coffee. Well, who doesn't? Crossing the line with the season's best at 1:20.11 is Victoria Goplan, Audrey Phaneuf, and at 1:20.12 for a season's best as well. In the sixth pairing in the inside lane from Norway, on by Farstad. And in the outer lane from the US of A, Blair Cruikshank. Bonnie Blair is the mother of Blair Cruikshank, and she corrected me and said, "Hey, Greg, we're actually from Wisconsin." And I actually knew that. I said they were from Minnesota, but a Freudian slip. And I went down and had a chance to say hello to Blair, lovely girl. And, of course, I gotten to know Bonnie, a legend in her own right. Probably one of the purest. Like if you ever get a chance to watch the Lillehammer Olympics or any Olympics that Bonnie Blair has competed at, and watch her skate, to an untrained eye, you watch her skating ability, her technique, and how smooth she is, and how quiet her body is, how she efficiently moves around the track versus all the other skaters. She was just that much a cut above the rest, and it was really pretty to watch. And so she had a great career. I had an opportunity to interview her a couple of years ago, and we'll see what happens over the next couple of days. But
not stable.
She's just a pro and just really interesting and really nice. And she's up here. She's married to David Cruikshank, and who is also a formidable athlete and speed skating himself. And he's coaching, and you can see him in the right with the dash. Well, he's in the right beside Kevin Crockett on the right part of the screen wearing
ready.
It's not that cold down there at ice level. The ice is about -8. The ice temperature is about -8. And but the temperature above them, they're skating about +15. So and Kevin Crockett is right there coaching Anna Farstad, who's from Norway but is going to school here. Had a chance to connect with her. Opening 200 meters for Blair Cruikshank, 18:67. Fastest 200-meter opener so far. Bieber the second, Farstad now the third fastest at 19:08. Yeah, so Anna by Farstad has been skating for about since the age of 7. This is her favorite race to race. As the bell lap goes off, her dreams to get on the podium of the Olympics. And Odin, her older brother, if you happen to be watching back home right now, it's about 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I don't know, probably 7, 8 hours difference. Odin is Anna by brother, and she wants to give a shout out to you. So obviously you guys are very close. So Odin, a shout out to your sister as you watch her skate and compete against Blair Cruikshank from the States. Crossing the line first is Blair Cruikshank with a time of 1:19.47 on about Farstadt in a 1:20.63. In the 7th pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Anna Bourgeois, and in the outer lane from BC, Abigail McCluskey.
Go to the start.
So the times overall seem a bit slower. These two skaters have personal best just over 1:17. Their season's bests are in the 1:18, 1:19 range. It'll be interesting to see how they end up. Lots of racing. I mean, today we have the 500 and thousands. Tomorrow we've got the men's 5,000, the women's 500, and the women's 3,000. The next day we've got, let me just check on the schedule. I know the men's 500 and the men's 10,000 on Saturday. But there's a shorter distance I want to just cover off. Let me call in the 200 meter time. The 200 meter opening time for Abigail McCluskey is 18.91. As Shannon Rempel is coaching her, and you see Anna Bourgeois catching a draft from her. Her opening 200 meters is 19.58. Bourgeois from Alberta and McCluskey from BC on the ice right now as they go into their bell lap. So where was I going with this? Saturday, we have the men's 500, and then the women's 1,000, and then there's a women's 5,000 and a men's 10,000. Couple quartets. And then on Sunday, the final day is the 1,500, the most grueling race in the sport of long track speed skating, followed by the mass starts, and then they're going to have some team sprints. Boy, that's going to be a fun day. Every day is a fun day. That'll be just tons of fun, though. Crossing the line first is Abigail McCluskey with a time of 1:17.40 in the vicinity of her PB. Anna Bourgeois at 1:20.12. We now move to the 8th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec. Gabrielle Jelinek in the inside lane, and in the outer lane from Alberta, Olympian Madison Perriman. Madison or
Go
Maddie, or
to the start.
I think she's nicknamed even Mad Dog. Came off competing in the World Cup Championships. And I think she had the championships and maybe one other World Cup race over there. She's had a good year. I would call it a good year. She's still working on getting her times down. Loves skating, and loves to compete. She would love to win an Olympic gold. That would be her dream come true, and who wouldn't? Okay, we got a false start, so we're going to come back with Gabrielle Jelinek and Madison Perriman on the line. Gabrielle Jelinek is wearing the white armband, Madison Perriman the red armband.
False start, inner lane, not stable. Go to the start.
Okay, I stand corrected. Sean Ireland corrected me. I said World Cup Championships. There are 6 World Cups, and then it finishes off with the championships. It's called World Cup 7, but they call it World Cup Championships. Maddie competed in the World Championships, and also, I believe, at least several World Cups throughout the winter. So I stand corrected. Thank you, Sean Ireland, for straightening me out. Sometimes I'll say some things, and might miss the mark a little bit. I just want you to know that I am completely flawed, and so I will make mistakes from time to time. Gabrielle Jelinek on the ice right now with a time of 18.87 for opening 200s. Madison Perriman, the fastest 200-meter opener right now. Perriman catching a draft off Jelinek, her time at 18.64. This pair will probably drive down the time. Quebec and Alberta is on the ice right now, ladies and gentlemen. Jelnik from Quebec, Perriman from Alberta, as the bell lap goes off. Remelt Elderling coaching Madison Perriman, Gabriel Jelnik, Munseeth Iwadi is a former skater himself, is coaching and encouraging Jelnik. Here we go, final few meters of the 1,000 meter 8 pairing. Here comes Perriman crossing the line. She'll do so with a time of 1:17:34 for the fastest time of the day. Jelnik in with a season's best at 1:18:78. We now move to the 9th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Chandrine Levesque. And in the outer lane from Prince Edward Island, Jenna Larder.
Go to the start. Ready.
Opening 200 meters for Jenna Larder, 1974. Chandrine Levesque from Quebec, 20.01. 9th pairing of 21 pairing in the women's 1,000 meters. These are pairings. When we move to the men's, we will move to quads, given the numbers that we have. Bell lap has gone off for Levesque and Jarder. Jenna Larder, Chandrine Levesque, down the backstretch, final coaching before they hit their final turn. Riopel coaching Larter and Sabrina Lapointe coaching Chandrine Levesque. Big shout out, as always, to Prince Edward Island for doing one heck of a job on your winter games. More on that throughout the week. Here we go. Finishing off in the inside lane will be Chandrine Levesque with a personal best of 1:21.82. Congratulations. Jenna Larder in at 1:22.74. In the 10th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Emmanuel Cote. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Alexa Anika. Looks like
Go
Marc-Andre
to the start.
Poudre Michon, or Poody, or Pood. That's his nickname. I guess as I get to know the coaches, maybe I'll call him Pood and he'll call me Biebs.
Ready.
Given my nickname is Biebs for Bieber, no relation to Justin Bieber. In case you were wondering, although I do have a Justin Bieber story to tell you, and I will after the opening 200 meters in a moment. Welcome to the 10th of 21 pairings in the women's 1,000 meters here at the Oval Finale Canada Cup 5. Emmanuel Cote in the white armband from Quebec and Alexa Anika in the red armband from Ontario. Cote's opening 200 meters 20.17. Anika 20.45. So when Justin Bieber was found out on YouTube, he became a YouTube sensation, and his father lived in Winnipeg, which is where I'm from, and in a bit of a small area called Fort Garry. He was there for maybe a year or two. So one night I came home from being out, and my wife said the phone's ringing off the hook. It rang off the hook for about 60 times, and the calls were coming in for Justin. And finally I said, give me that phone, and I answered it. I said, hello, and these little girls on the other end of the line said, is Justin there? And I said, yeah, just hang on one sec. And they were screaming like crazy, thinking, yeah, Justin's going to be there. And I finally asked him, who is this Justin? They said, well, Justin Bieber is in Winnipeg, and we want to know if he's there. And they were just crazy over him. And so it was like, where's Waldo? Where's Justin? He wasn't in Winnipeg that day, but that's when we became famous, and I disconnected my phone. No relation to Justin Bieber. So Emmanuel Cote crosses the line at 1:23.80. Anika very close, 3/100ths of a second right there. 1:23. 83. We move to the 11th pairing from the United States. In the inside lane, Rebecca Simmons. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Emma Langstrom. So that was our first intro into Justin Bieber, and that has to be at least,
Go
that's gotta be
to
now,
the start.
I'm thinking 12 or 13 years ago when he broke out on the scene, and then when he came through Winnipeg on a concert, then all the phone calls came in wondering if I was his dad or his uncle.
Ready.
And so one of the things Justin did, other than make a lot of music and make Canada really famous, is that people now pronounce our name correctly and spell it correctly, and that wasn't always the case. There's not that many Biebers around. So that's my Justin Bieber story, and I'm sticking to it. So back to the matter at hand, the 11th pairing of 21, if you've just joined us on the webcast. We are here in Calgary, Alberta at the beautiful Calgary Olympic Oval. I love this place, home of the fastest ice in the world, the 11th of 21 pairing in the women's 1,000-meter races at the Oval finale, Canada Cup 5. 200-meter opener for Langstrom is 20.68. Simmons in at 21 even. So the fastest 5 times so far are Madison Perriman, Abigail McCluskey, Sophia Bieber, Gabrielle Jelinek, and Blair Cruikshank. Are those times going to hold? We'll find out. Those are the top 5 times as these two skaters make the final crossing into their respective lanes as they head home in the same lane that they started in. Simmons in the inside lane, Langstrom in the outer. Simmons with a season's best of 124.01. Langstrom in at 125.55. In the 12th pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Brielle Durham. And in the outer lane from Colombia, Isabella Vargas. Well, I've announced 2 skaters.
Go
I
to
see
the
one
start.
in my picture. I think you see one in your picture. So our Colombian skater was
Ready.
unable to make it, which is too bad. I think she was skating. I think Greg Plenner told me she was skating in Salt Lake City last weekend. And so she doesn't look like she's going to be here for the meet, unfortunately. So Brielle Durham has to skate by herself. So hopefully the crowd inside the oval gives her a little encouragement, because any skater that knows skating by herself is always tough. Brielle Durham, opening 200 meters, is 19.4, as you see on the screen. Phil Riopel coaching her as she switches over now to the outside lane. But she'll finish in the inside lane, as she's got 1 1/4 laps yet to complete her race. So Brielle Durham is on the track right now all by herself. She represented her province in the Canada Winter Games. Here comes Durham as she finishes up her race. You can hear the cheering going on inside the oval. A personal best for Brielle Durham from Ontario, 123.52. Big hand for Brielle. Tough enough to get a PB, but to do it by herself on the ice, impressive. In the 13th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Leila Cartier. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Ariane Fournier.
Go to the start.
I was just checking Vargas's times, and she's around 124 and change. So it would have been a
Ready.
good matchup for Brielle Durham. But good for Brielle for her race to get a PB. Opening 200 meters for Leila Cartier, 20.06, and Ariane Fournier at 20.29. If you ever want to check out the latest and greatest stats on any long track speed skater that's skating in the world, you just go to speedskatingresults.com. I think everybody in the speed skating world knows that. I actually don't know the history behind it, but it's a catcher's mitt for all kinds of results. And I'd say it's outstanding in terms of timely information. Yes, and Isabella Vargas. It's Isabella Vargas Rodriguez. She did skate last weekend. Crossing the line with a personal best is Leila Cartier at 124.1 and Ariane Fournier at 124.45. We now move to the 14th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Emily Greenfield. And in the outer lane from the US of A, Mary Brophy Magnus.
Go to the start.
Yeah, so just one final comment. Isabel Vargas Rodriguez did in fact compete in Salt Lake City last weekend.
Ready.
There was an AM Cup, I think a Masters event, two meets all squished into one. And now let's turn our attention to pairing number 14 of 21. Emily Greenfield, who represented her country in the Junior Worlds Championships and Cup 3, Junior World Cup 3, and the Canada Winter Games, is on the ice right now. Emily Greenfield opening 200 meters, 20.19. Mary Brophy Magnus in at 19.92. Looks like Julie Wong assisting Mary Brophy Magnus. Maybe Marc-Andre assisting Emily Greenfield. Bell lap has gone on. We have a Canadian and an American on the ice right now in the 1,000 meter women's race. These are warm-up distances for Emily Greenfield. She loves the longer distances. We'll see her in the 1,500, certainly the 3,000 and the 5. Loves the longer distances, excels at them, prefers them. But again, this is the end of the year meet, and why not skate in all the distances? And I think a lot of them are doing that. So here comes pairing 24, Greenfield and Brophy Magnus, a season's best for Greenfield with a 125.22 and a personal best for Brophy Magnus at 125.23. In the 15th pairing from the province of Ontario, Daria Vogt. And the outer lane, also from Ontario, Rachel Freitag.
Go
Lots
to the
of
start.
coaches out of Ontario because there's a lot of clubs, and I can't say I know a lot of them, although I am starting to get to know some of them. The most common name out of Ontario for coach is Mike Rivet, who coaches out of Ottawa. And I had a chance to meet him, finally, at the Canada Winter Games in the satellite venue Halifax. And then I've also met Bob Mallard, Rachel and Claire's dad, who coaches, loves to coach. There's a Mike Murray that coaches out of Hamilton. And there's more. And as I get to know them, I will definitely want to give those guys, all the coaches, shout-outs at every opportunity. Rachel Freitag opening 200 meters, 20.49. Daria Vogt, 20.64. Christine Lazarescu and Phil Riopel in the coaches' box, giving each of their skaters encouragement. One of the things I haven't been talking about, and I should be talking about, is look at the lap time. So if you look on the screen and you see the number of meters that they have traveled already and skated, 600 meters, look beside. You see Daria Vogt, 31.54, and Freitag again at 31.27. Those are the fastest lap times they could generate in the first lap. it'll be, you can see what that number is probably going to be 32 or 33 because they're tired, obviously, as they finish off their 1,000 meters. Let's see what it looks like here. So here comes Freitag. She's going to cross the line first and look at her lap time, 33.4 and 33.69. Daria Vogt, personal best, 125.87, and Freitag in a season's best at 125 and change. In the 16th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Juliette La Rochelle, and in the outer lane from Quebec, Marie Ferlat. I'm going to go back on Sportity and have a look at the time because I was talking too much towards the end, and I want to give Rachel Freitag her time due. Unofficial results, all results that you get, all comments you get are unofficial until the referee. In this case, it's Philippe Miroir signs off on everything. Actually, that's the way it works. La Rochelle's opening 200 meters, 20.66. Marie Ferlat opening 200 meters at 20.98. Bell lap has gone on. So Rachel Freitag's time, I'm going to go back, is 125.16 is what it was. And Daria Vogt's was 125.87. Crossing the line first is Marie Ferlat at 126.77 and Juliette La Rochelle in at 129.01. We move to the 17th pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Marie-Michelle Gagnon. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Robin Solly. Marie-Michelle Gagnon, those are cool looking shades on your headshot there. Awesome. Way to spice up your photo.
Go to the start.
"21 pairings. We're 16 in, and we're about to watch the 17th pairing.
Ready.
So we got a false start in this race. We're looking at 4 minutes to 2 o'clock Calgary time. We're going to be probably finishing up at around 2:03 or so. That's my best guess. If it's uneventful between pairing 17 and 21. We're going to start back here unless
false start,
differently at
inner
20
lane,
minutes after
crossing the line.
2 to start the men's 1,000 meters. We'll
Go
have 18
to the start.
quartets. So that's basically 72 skaters. We'll be on the ice, 4 skaters at a time.
Ready.
Second start, nice and clean. Robin Solly from Manitoba, who represented her province at the Canada Winter Games in long track and got a silver medal in the team pursuit. Opens up with a 20.53. Marie-Michelle Gagnon, opening 200 meters, 21.24, coached by Sebastian Beaulieu. That's interested. And by Sebastian Beaulieu, and then Robin Solly with Scott Van Horn. So that was interesting on the backstretch. I wonder if that'll get the officials' attention. So the skater that comes out of the outer lane has the right of way over the inside lane. Now, if the pairings are fair, about the same time, anybody who comes out of the inner lane is always going to be ahead of the person coming in the outer lane. It stands to reason. They're just covering off more distance. But sometimes the skater in the outer lane will catch up to the one in the inner lane. The skater in the inner lane has to yield to the outer lane. More on this later. Robin Solly crosses the line at a 125.75 and Marie-Michelle Gagnon at a 127.86. In the 18th pairing in the inside lane from BC, Beth Smith, and in the outer lane from Sweden, Anne-Marie Lindqvist. So, what it appeared to me is that Gagnon was alongside
Go
Solly,
to the start.
and, who's in the outer lane, and Robin had to pull up and cross over behind her. Now, I don't know if Gagnon saw her or not. I'm not sure what the ruling is on that, if there is at all. But that would have affected Robin's time because she would have slowed up and lost momentum. Gagnon just kept skating. So, and she ended up PBing in that race. So anyway, whether that's a factor or not. Anyways, so again, the officials may rule on it. They may not. That's not my area. But again, you want to look for clean transitions from inner to outer and outer to inner on the backstretch. Okay, Beth Smith is an opener at 200 meters at 21.44. Anne-Marie Lindqvist at 21.21. Beth Smith represented her province at the Canada Winter Games. The Norwegian coach I met earlier through the lunch hour, and his name, phonetically, the best way to pronounce it is Arna Skuteru. And anyway, more on him later. Calling the end of the race now. Crossing the line first with a personal best, 126.75, and Anne-Marie Lindqvist at 127.51. In the 19th pairing in the inside lane from Saskatchewan, Sophia Dvorak. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Kendra Hawkins.
Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back to the 19th pairing of 21 pairings in the women's 1,000 meter races. Sophia Dvorak from Saskatchewan is on the line, and Kendra Hawkins from Alberta is also on the track. Dvorak's opening 200 meters, 21.07. Hawkins in at 21.75. Kendra Hawkins is coached by Phil Riopel, Sophia Dvorak by Tim Comfort. This is Kendra Hawkins' favorite race, the 1,000 meters. I talked to her back in the fall. It was back in October, and I asked her what she was working on. And she said it's all about getting low, and that's what probably her and Riopel continue to work on. Her mom, Catherine, and her dad, Dan, and her sister. I don't know how to pronounce her name, so I'm sorry, sister Kasia, if you're watching. Or listening, forgive me if I don't pronounce your name correctly, as your sister is catching a bit of a draft off Dvorak down the backstretch in the final 200 meters or so. And there's a sense, from what I understand, is that she might have some interest in refereeing one day. And but not right away, because she's got a speed skating career to fulfill. Here we go, final moments of their race. A personal best for Sophia Dvorak, a 128.63. And Hawkins in at 129.96. In the 20th pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Tina Svensson. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Lily Pierre Gallien. Now to
Go
Lily
to the start.
Pierre's family. I'm English, not French, and I've talked to a number of my friends from Quebec, and I'm working on pronouncing her last name correctly. I know it's
Ready.
Garing, and I'm working on it, and so cut me some slack as I die trying to get it correctly. So Tina Svensson and Lily Pierre Garing is on the track right now, the 20th of 21 pairings, as they head into their opening 200 meters. So Svensson's opening time, 21:72. Lily Pierre in at 1:21:28. I just got some information from our timing deck that we're going to resume skating at 2:35. 2:35. That's a bit off of what our original schedule is, but everything is a draft and flexible. Thousands probably taking a little extra time than planned. Always good to give the racers some time between races as well. I think we're going to be doing some presentations here too after. So Tina Svensson and Lily Pierre Guérin is on the ice right now. Crossing the line first with a time of 1:29:34 is Tina Svensson from Sweden. Here comes Lily Pierre, crossing the line with a time of 1:36:34. We now move to the final pairing of the women's 1,000 meter races. In the inner lane from Alberta, Margaret Breedlove, and in the outer lane from Manitoba, Olivia Krawchuk.
Go to the start. Ready.
So we'll be doing some more podium presentations. It looks like Maddie Pearman will take first place. Abigail McCluskey will take second. And it looks like Sophia Bieber will solidify third place. And that is how it's going to be. And that's all unofficial. But when it becomes official, will be some more awards and recognition handed out. Recognition is always a good thing for the athletes. Opening 200 meters for Krawchuk from Manitoba, 21:52. Margaret Breedlove, 22:03. The Krawchuks are from Manitoba. I've gotten to know the parents, Mike, who's at home in Winnipeg right now, and his wife, who's in the stands watching. They drove all the way in from Manitoba. That's Kathy Krawchuk, by the way. Kathy and Mike. And tireless supporters of speed skating in the Interlake from Selkirk, Manitoba. Mike has done some starting, I believe. And Kathy's president of the club. And what we know about Olivia is that she simply loves to skate. And that's a good thing. So here comes Olivia. Finishing her race first in her pairing with a personal best, a time of 1:31:21. Margaret Breedlove comes in at a time of 1:38:94. 1:38:94. Well, congratulations. That completes the 1,000 meters. Madison Perriman takes the first place, Abigail McCluskey the second, and Sophia Bieber the third. Those ladies can make their way down to the podium finish. We'll hand out the awards, and if the guys are around too from the 500 meter, we'll do theirs. Jalen Doan, David LaRue, and Cooper Eamon. So Dustin Miller, let's, wherever you are, presentations coming up. We'll resume at 2:35 for the men's 1,000 meters, and we'll be doing quartets. You able to pull back just a bit? Okay, with the Zambonis on the other side of the ice, hopefully you can all hear me. We're only going to hand out the awards for the women's 1,000 meter race. The ladies are in attendance. Let's start with the third place position. with a time of 1:17:34 from Manitoba, Sophia Bieber. Taking the second position, Pride and Joy of Penticton, BC with a time of 1:17:40, Abigail McCluskey. And taking the first position in the women's 1,000 meters, the Pride and Joy of Ponoka, Alberta with a time of 1:17:34. Give it up for Mad Dog Maddie Pearman. Congratulations to Sophia Bieber, Abigail McCluskey, and Madison Pearman, making the podium finish in the women's 1,000 meters. Coming up, the men's 1,000 in a quartet at 2:35. See you then.
2 minutes.
Welcome to the first of 16 pairings in one pair in the men's 1,000 meters at the Oval Finale, Canada Cup 5. In the first quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Zachary Lacroix. In the outer lane, in the outer lane from Ontario, Sebastian Champagne. In the second pairing of this quartet, in the inside lane from Quebec, Cedric Brunet. And in the outer lane, also from Quebec, Antoine Roger. Good luck, gentlemen.
Go to the start. Ready.
Welcome back, everybody. It's 2:35. The first quartet is about to get underway. It just got interrupted with a false start with Zachary Lacroix and Sebastian Champagne. It looks like the infraction was on Champagne in the outer lane. You see the red flag in the top right-hand corner of your screen. For some reason, the starter felt that that racer wasn't ready to go in one fashion or another from their perspective. So here we go. We're going to do it all over again. Zachary Lacroix in the inside lane in the Alberta colors.
False start, outer
Sebastian
lane,
Champagne.
not stable.
Well, actually, they're both in the old.
Go to the start.
Zachary Lacroix is wearing the old Alberta colors, and Sebastian Champagne is wearing, I think, the new ones, or could be
Ready.
vice versa. Regardless, Lacroix in the white armband, Champagne in the red armband, and we got a
Go
good
to the
clean
start.
Now here we go. There are going to be 4 skaters on the ice, and there'll probably be 4 coaches too. We're going to see some fast times, ladies and gentlemen.
Ready.
Brunet and Roger. And the next 4 other 3 quartets are going to lay down some really wicked times. Here we go. In the opening 200 meters, 17:21 for Lacroix. Champagne at 17:53. Lacroix coached by Mike Ireland. Brunet, 16:66, a blistering 200 meters. Antoine Rocher at 17:01. Bell lap for the first pairing of this quartet with Lacroix and Champagne. Unfortunately, something happened with Champagne. Lacroix carries the final pairing, or the first pairing, as solo. So Lacroix, here he comes around the final corner to finish off his 1,000-meter race by himself. And he crosses over the line with a personal best of a 1:11.22. He's happy with that. Champagne did not finish. Do not know why. In the second pairing, we got Brunet and Roger. Here they come. Going to be very close indeed. Season's best for Brunet at 1:10.64 and a season's best for Roger at 1:10.71. Exciting first quartet race. In the second quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from the U.S., Augie Herman. In the outer lane from Alberta, Paul Coder. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Jalen Doan. And in the outer lane from Norway, Eric Russell. So I was looking down at my pairing sheet, and all I heard was the voices inside the timing deck saying, red is out. That's Sebastian Champagne, so he must have just moved off the ice and into the inner lane. I didn't see a fall. And if I get any update, I'll let you know.
Ready.
Otherwise, he'll go on record as just did not finish. So a good, clean
Go
first
to
start
the
for
start.
Herman from the States and Kader from Alberta, Canada. Jalen Doan and Eric Roussel, a couple of blistering fast skaters. We should see some 110 pluses for
Ready.
their skates, maybe even some PBs. Lacroix was happy with his race, obviously, with his personal best. Opening 200 meters, Paul Coder at 17.2, Augie Herman at 17.65. Jalen Doan and Eric Roussel. Doan's got the fastest opener now at 16.62. Roussel in, third fastest time at 16.69. They're stretching out. Look at the beautiful technique of these skaters. They look efficient, they look fit, and maybe we'll see the times accordingly. Yellow armband, Jalen Doan, Eric Roussel in the blue armband. Here comes the first pairing. Coder in the outer lane, the lane he started in, crosses the line with a season's best of 1:10.44. Augie Herman in at 1:11.51. Here comes Doan and Roussel in their final corner. Doan is in the yellow armband. It looks like he's going to cross the line first and does so with a time of 1:09.83, and he keeps putting down personal best, and so does Eric Roussel, a 1:10.35 PB for Roussel from Norway. In the third quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Hubert Marcotte. In the outer lane from Nova Scotia, Cooper Eamon. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Ryan Gibson. And in the outer lane from BC, Joshua Tellison. So Jalen Doan
Go to the
took
start.
home the bronze medal in the men's 500 this morning. Cooper Eamon took home the gold, or the first place finish. I guess we're going to call it third, second, and first. And
Ready.
David LaRue, who is coming up in the next quartet, took home the second place finish.
Go
So,
to the start.
as fast as we saw the first quartets, we're going to see even faster times in the next two quartets. This is exciting. Marcotte is coming off a couple of medal wins in
Ready.
Lake Placid at the University Games. So we got a
Skaters
false
off the
start
track.
in the second pairing. That means they're going to take a break while Marcotte and Eamon finish their race. So Hubert Marcotte with an opening time of 16.68. Eamon flying out there with an opener of 16.42 with the fastest time so far in his 200 meters. They now get the bell lap. They are two very fast skaters. The lane they started in will be the lane that they end in. They got the two fastest times so far. Take a look at their lap times. They're around 25 seconds. You want to hold to them. They want to hold to those lap times as much as possible. So here comes Eamon out of the corner first in the outer lane. He's going to cross the line first with a red armband. Let's see how his time shapes in with a personal best of 1:08.56 for Cooper Eamon. Hubert Marcotte at 1:09.54 for the second fastest time. Over to the second pairing of quartet number 3.
False start, outer lane, not stable. Go to the start.
Cooper Eamon has got a good chance of getting first place or certainly a podium
Ready.
finish in the 1,000 meters. Gibson, Tellison, DeHuyter, LaRue, Zhao, Doyon, and a few others have a say in that. But right now, I like his chances, certainly obviously for a podium, but possibly even the first place. He takes home, as I mentioned, the first place time, 1/100th of a second off his PB in the men's 500. In the opening 200 meters, Joshua Tellison in at 16.69, Gibson in at 16.75. Tellison has got that three-prong or Spider-Man start, or as Will Dutton and I were talking, he just calls it a down start. And Will Dutton studied starts during as I mentioned earlier this morning, during his competitive days, and was one of the top 2 or 3 fastest starters in the world. And so if anybody knows anything about fast starts and as a student and then executing it, it's Will Dutton. So crossing the line first is going to be Joshua Tellison with a time of 1:10:47 and Ron Gibson in at 1:10:79. We now move to the fourth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Vincent Dehaitra, and in the outer lane from Quebec, David Lalou. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Yang Kun Zhao. And in the outer lane from Saskatchewan, Marc-Andre Doyon.
Go to the start.
Okay, so right now you've got Cooper Eamon, followed by Hubert Marcotte and Jalen Doan, 1, 2, 3 positions. This quartet is a good chance it's going to shuffle the deck on those positions. The fourth position is Eric Roussel,
Go
and the
to
fifth
the
position
start.
is Paul Cordair. 3 of the 4 skaters got the beautiful Canadian skin suits on, so you want to know who's who. You look at the color of their armbands,
Ready.
which they're responsible for putting them on their own arms. White armband is Vincent Dehaitra, and David Leroux is in the red. Opening 200 meters for Leroux, second fastest time at 16:47. Vincent Dehaitra in at 17:01. Yang Kun Zhao's opener 16:52. Marc-Andre Doyon at 16:73. So take a close look at the lap times. If they get a hold of these 25 seconds, they're going to lay down some very fast times. These are fast skaters to begin with. But a big difference between, the 3100ths of a second. On the screen, you see Zhao in the left lane and Doyon in the right lane as they get their bell lat. Here comes the Dehaitra and Leroux. So crossing the line first, it looks like it's going to be David Leroux with a time of 1:08:62, and it is, and Vincent Dehaitra in at 1:08:89 for the second and third fastest times. How will Zhao and Doyon do? Will they challenge those times as they head to the final few meters of their race? Coming down the wire, here comes Zhao. Looks like he's going to cross the line first and does with a time of 1:09:07 and 1:09:17 for Doyon. We now move to the fifth quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Halleck. And in the outer lane from New Zealand, Kieran Hughes. In the second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Kieran Hansen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Hobbs Holzer.
Go to the start.
So Eamon's time looks safe. Looks like he may get another first place finish.
Ready.
David Leroux, not surprising, in there for second place. And Vincent Dehaitra, not surprising, in there for third place. Will Dutton is coaching Cooper Eamon. And,
False start, inner lane.
Vincent
Not
Dehaitra
stable. Go to the start.
He's also coaching Vincent Dehaitra. Yang Kun Zhao in the fourth position, and Marc-Andre Doyon in the fifth.
Ready. Go
So
to the
here's me
start.
announcing 4 skaters. And there must be a leprechaun on the ice because I can't see that outside skater in the first pairing. So it's Mac Halleck that's going to fly solo in this pairing.
Ready.
And Kieran Hansen and Hobbs Holzer. Here they go. And off they go. Opening 200 meters for Halleck is 17:29 as he gets coached by Todd McLennan down the backstretch, finishing his almost 1 1/2 laps. Hansen with a time of 17.1 and Hobbs Holzer 17.36. Ireland is giving Kieran Hansen a time, or maybe it's Hobbs Holzer. Anyway, here comes Halleck to finish up his race the last few meters. With a season's best, 1:10:65, Halleck clocks that time in as an Alberta skater. with everything they have left. Here comes Hansen, followed by Holzer, into the final few meters to cross the line. Kieran Hansen will finish his race with a time of 1:11:31 with a personal best, and Holzer 1:13:51. We move to the sixth quartet in the first pairing of the inside lane from Norway, Sieber Bratjerd. In the outer lane from Quebec, Raphael Cote. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Felix La Rochelle. And in the outer lane from Ontario, Matthew Laxton.
Go to the start. Ready.
So a season's best for Kieran Hansen, who's coming off a 3-year hiatus from the sport.
Go to the start.
With a genetic hip injury, or genetic hip that was basically replaced and repaired, and is back. And through my conversation with him last week, he said he's working on rehabbing to get back to where he was when he was 16 years old. And by all accounts, he can get back to as good as he was, if not better. And good luck with your recovery and rehab. Welcome back, Kieran Hansen. 16:89 for Sieber Bratjerd in an opening 200 meters. Cote in at 17:75. Matthew Laxton in at 17:67, and Felix La Rochelle in at 18:08. Both Bratjerd and Cote, regardless of their armbands, you can tell who's who. Bratjerd's in the Norwegian colors, in the gray and the navy. And Cote's in the fleur-de-lis from head to toe. You can see in the distance as Bratjerd and Cote head to the final corner. It's going to be very close. With everything they got, they look incredibly fatigued. And who wouldn't be after sprinting 2.5 laps around a 400-meter track? Bratjerd's time, 1:12:86. And Cote, 1:13:09, crossing the line first. In this pairing, looks like it'll be Matthew Laxton with a season's best of 1:12:53, and La Rochelle in at 1:13:27. In the seventh quartet in the inside lane from Alberta, Max Pouland. In the outer lane from Norway, Christian Landro Magnussen. And in the second pairing in the inside lane from Manitoba, Ryan Kobaki. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Zachary Dupre.
Go to the start.
So I mentioned earlier, Max Pouland. Max Pouland is one of those skaters that has the ability to toggle back and forth between short track and long track. And right now, it doesn't look like he's deciding on one or the other. He's competing in every single one he can and excelling at both. He made the Canadian junior national team in long track in 2022 and also in 2023. They didn't get to compete he didn't get to compete in Austria last year, but this year he got to compete in Insel, Germany, and good on Max. So Christian Landro Magnussen with his dad, I'm sure, watching, and his mom all the way back in Norway. A pleasure to meet you too. 17:02 with an opening 200 meters. Max Pouland at 17:57. Zachary Dupre, 17:51, and Ryan Kubacki at 18:02. Bell lap has gone off for both. Pouland had a couple of injuries this year too, but it interrupted his training, and he had to take a couple breaks. But this young man has got a very bright future in the sport of speed skating, in either disciplines, long track or short track. Most, as they get a little older, especially as they get out of junior, they start to narrow in on long track or short track, one or the other. A personal best pairing, Max Pouland, 1:11:25, and Christian Landro Magnussen, 1:11:37. Congratulations to personal best pairing, number 13 in Quartet 7. Here comes Kubacki and Dupre. Both competed for their provinces in the Winter Games. Kubacki with a personal best of 1:12:68, and Dupre in a 1:12:77. In the eighth quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, David Carlingshoe. In the outer lane from Alberta, Logan Toblin. In the second pairing in the inside lane from BC, Nicholas Goliath. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Emile Huard. So another PB, another three PBs, 3 personal bests.
Go to the
Out of
start.
Pairing another quartet rather, number 7. Good for these young athletes. And this is only day 1. We get to do
Ready.
this. As we come to an end of day 1, we get to do this 3 more days. Now, how fun is
Go
that?
to the
Who's having more
start.
fun? You listening to me and watching the racing, the athletes competing, the coaches, anybody inside the oval, or me?
Ready.
I think we're all having a good time. It's fun to watch these athletes.
Skaters off the track.
These athletes compete at a very high level in a beautiful sport called speed skating. So Carlingshoe's opening 200 meters is 17:35 as Arne Skutara coaches him down the backstretch, and Toblin in at 17:49. False start with pairing number 2. So we'll restart that after this pairing is complete. Bell lap for Carlingshoe and Toblin as they have less than 400 meters to complete their race. Down the backstretch they go. Skutaru and Crockett coaching their skaters. I think you can tell which one is in the Canadian skin suit and which one is in the Swedish skin suit. It's going to be very close indeed. Let's see what it looks like a timing clock. Season's best for Carlingshoe, 1:12.50. And for Logan Toblin, a personal best, 1:12.52. Now to the next pairing of quartet, number 8 rather.
False start. Inner lane. Not stable.
What did I say?
Go to the start.
Yeah, no, I think didn't I say now? I said now to the second pairing of the 8 quartet. Oh, sorry, I'm on the air.
Ready.
Sorry about that, you guys. I'm talking to Eugene, and he's wondering what I said. And you know what? Sometimes I wonder what I say. Thank you, Eugene. Eugene is on video. So Eugene Ewan is somebody who sits about 8 feet away from me, and he gives you the cameras. He gives you the camera view. So what you see is Goliath and Huard coming down the straightaway. And as they head into the north corner, now the camera switches. Now you get to see them come out of the north corner. Now they're heading south towards the American border, getting coached by their coaches down the backstretch as a puck flies across one of the lanes. Now you see them come from the south as they now round their turn. So Eugene's turned the camera, and here they come now flying back out of the north with a bell lap, and Eugene will do that all over again. And that's Eugene Ewan on the video. Thank you, Eugene. Nicholas Goliath from British Columbia and Emile Huard from Quebec is on the line, on the track, I should say, right now. I'd love to see an SB or a PB beside either of these two skaters' names, because I have a first-hand knowledge and a front row seat of the shaping of a speed skater. And I'll talk more about that over the next few days. And Goliath clocks in a time of 1:13.72 and Huard in a 1:14.42. We now move to the 9th quartet in the first pairing inside lane from Norway, Martin Solberg Andresen. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Andre Erasmus. And in the second pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Wilhelm Ekenshaw. And in the outer lane from Alberta, Jared Farquharson.
Go to the start. Ready.
Kim Frunberger is the starter for the next all 4 days during the meet. Kim Frunberger, starter for the men's. Mark Poulin for the women's. Brad Bates is helping. And Jason Bate. I've been mispronouncing his family name. I've been saying Betez. Or Betez.
False start.
Bate,
Outer lane.
en français.
Not
Jason
stable.
from
Go to the start.
Ontario. His son Camden is skating. I met him over lunch. You can see Brad Bates.
Ready.
Go to the top right-hand corner. He's a legend in the world of starting. And beside him is Andrea McIntosh.
Go
She's from
to the
BC.
start.
They always have a referee at the start line, along with the starters.
Ready. Off the track.
So another false start. So the opening 200 meters, Martin Solberg Andreasen, 17:32 for opening 200 meters. Andre Erasmus, 17:52. Group 2 false started. So we'll do their race after this pairing is complete. They get a bell lap. So 300 meters to go in quartet number 9, pairing number 1, a Norwegian and a Canadian on the line right now. Coaching Martin Solberg Andresen is Magnus Dale. He's also from Norway. And he's injured. He's really a skater, but helping out in the coaching duties. So crossing the line first with a time of 1:14.10 is Andre Erasmus. Mark Solberg Andreasen at 1:14.81. We move to the second pairing of this quartet.
False start, inner lane. Go to the start.
Yeah, so Mark,
Ready.
Magnus Dale is a skater. He hurt himself. He's from Stavanger, I should say, Norway, and right where they hold the World Cups, actually. And he's been skating for about a dozen years. And he went out skiing and hurt himself. And so that's kind of put him in a position to support his team in a different way, and he's doing so with the coaching. So I think he's enjoying it. I think he'd rather be skating as we watch Parkinson catch a draft off Eckenschauer. Opening 200 meters, 17:89 for Farquharson, and Eckenschauer in at 18:57. Bell lap. Wow, sorry about that. That was my announcing voice. A bell lap for Eckenschauer and Farquharson. Anyway, Magnus Dale from Norway. Good luck with your recovery in your knee that you hurt skiing, and you're young, and I know that you'd love to be competing out here in the 1,000 and the 500 because you love the sprint distances. So good luck to you, Magnus, and we'll talk to you throughout your career. So a season's best for Wilhelm Eckenschauer with a time of 1:14.01 and Farquharson in at 1:15.05. We now move to the 10th quartet in the inside lane in the first pairing from Quebec, Gregory Picard. In the outer lane from the U.S., Matthew Somm. And in the second pairing in the inside lane from Alberta, Caden Witowski. And in the outer lane from Quebec, Antoine Amal.
Go to the start.
I almost didn't see Picard in there because Witowski was right behind him, but now I see 4 skaters. So the 4
Ready.
non-skaters that you see in the screen. You see Kevin Crockett.
Go to
and then
the
David
start.
Cruikshank is encouraging Somm right out of the gate. You see Andrea McIntosh, a referee, and beside her, to her right, is Brad Bates,
Ready.
a legendary starter who just loves the sport and loves to help out, and a really good guy. Here we go, another false start. That's probably the 3rd or 4th false start, I think, of the 1,000 meters. So Picard with an opening time of 18.16. Matthew Somm in at 17:66. So take a look at the lap times. We're looking at around, 27-28 for Picard and Somm. They'll increase as the quartets move along, just given the level of the development of the skaters. So we got another false start. So this means that if the first pairing false starts, they just redo it and they go. The second group false starts. We move them off the line, and they'll just, I don't know if they're allowed to go around the ice or not, but they got to stick around for the race. Probably maybe let me call this race in. So a personal best for Matthew Somm for the United States at 1:14:37. He'll be happy with that. Picard didn't get his time. We now move to the second pairing of quartet number 10.
False start, inner lane, not
So
stable.
I'm going to get Matthew or Gregory Picard's
Go
time.
to the start.
I go on to Sportify right now, actually, get live results.
Ready.
All right, so we got a good, clean start. So Matthew Somm ends up with a personal best. Let me find out what Matthew Picard's time is. Gregory Picard, I meant to say. His time 1:17. Yeah, it looks like 1:17:05. Okay, 200-meter opener for Antoine Hamel, 17:88. Caden Witowski, 18:21. Bell lap has gone off. Blue armband is being worn by Antoine Hamel. He'll finish off in the outside lane as he's crossing over now. Caden Witowski will cross over and has already, and he'll finish his race in the inside lane. Hamel will cross the finish line first as he's well ahead of Witowski. Antoine Hamel's time, a season's best of 1:14:16, and Caden Witowski 1:17:26. In the 11th quartet, in the first pairing in the inside lane from the U.S., Nathaniel Beveridge. In the outer lane from Quebec, William Lafrancois. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Sweden, Oscar Nielsen. And in the outer lane from the Netherlands, Mark Withagen.
Go to the start.
So I got
Ready.
caught up with a gentleman whose name I pronounce in English phonetically,
Go
but
to
from the
the
Netherlands,
start.
Oki Mauen. But really it's Oka Mauen, and I think I'll start calling him that. And we worked on Mark with Hagen's
Ready.
pronunciation, and I still think I have a bit of work to do on that. So the Withagen family, forgive me in advance. I won't use a Dutch accent. I'll use an English accent, but try and pronounce it properly. So Beverage opener, 17:92. Lafrancois at 17:88. Nielsen's opening 200-meter time is 18:02. And Withagen in at 18:69. In the screen right now, crossing the line, is William Lafrancois with a time of 1:15:85 and Nathaniel Beveridge a time of 1:16:87. Here comes Nielsen and Withagen. And crossing the line first will be Mark Withagen with a time of 1:16:41 and a season's best for Oscar Nielsen at 1:17:35. We now move to the 12 quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Alberta, Eric Angelozzi. In the outer lane from Poland, Norbert Piekielny. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Stephen Lee. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Ian McPeak.
Go to the start. Ready. Go to the start.
Okay, good clean start with
Ready.
Angelozzi and Piekielny from Poland. So a Canadian and a Polish skater on the ice right now. And we got Stephen Lee and
Skaters
Ian
off the
McPeak.
track.
And we got another fall start. Lots of fall starts today in the 1,000 and the 1,000 or 1,000 and the 500. We now then just watched the first pairing, which is in Eric Angelozzi. I wonder if how much that throws off the other skaters when they have to pause. You know, when you're not in a quartet and you're just in a pairing and at fall start, you go back to the line, you've got a rhythm. But if you're in the second pairing of a quartet and you a fall start, then you've got to leave the ice. Now you got to go through a whole ritual of preparing again. I suspect that so. I don't even know if the coach is trained for that, but you know the bottom line is that these skaters have to regroup, get ready to go for that starter gun to go off again. So the Angelozzi and Piekielny are on the ice right now. And in the white armband is Eric Angelozzi, who's having a very good season, and he crosses the line at a 1:19.72 time, and a personal best for Piekielny at 1:21.19. Congratulations, Norbert. We now move to the second pairing of the same quartet, number 12, right now. Don't know who caused the infraction. I don't see a flag out there.
Inside lane, please back
Normally
up.
there is a flag. You can see Jason Bate, the
False
gentleman with the
start,
glasses
inner
and the
lane,
starter.
crossing
He's
the line.
out assisting.
Go to the start.
So I can't hear Kim Fraunberger or what she said, but obviously something didn't agree with her, and that's why we're doing this all over again. Let's hope for a clean second start.
Ready.
Here we go. And we're off. Good. Stephen Lee, Ian McPeak. Lee representing Ontario. And he did, actually, at the Canada Winter Games. Ian McPeak from Manitoba. And he did as well. He represented both long track at the satellite venue in Halifax, and he represented his province of Manitoba. So Stephen Lee's opening time, 200 meters, is 18:36. McPeak at 18:51. Coaching Stephen Lee is Bob Mallard. He's the father of Rachel and Claire Mallard, speed skating family, and coaching Ian McPeak this week in place of Coach Alex Moritz, who is probably watching live right now. Hello, Coach Moritz. Is Scott Van Horn, a very dedicated legend and a name that's synonymous with speed skating. Scott competed out here for 10 years and then went and invented skates and is a skate inventor and manufacturer, since sold his business. But you've probably heard of Van Horn Skates, and that's Scott Van Horn. Okay, crossing the line first with the personal best is 1:16.57. McPeak will be happy with that, and Stephen Lee at 1:18.49. In the 13th quartet in the first pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Joshua Sutherland. In the outer lane from Sweden, Arvid Karlingsjö. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Nova Scotia, Finley Tulloch. And in the outer lane from BC, Jack Hansen. And no Jack Hansen. I see no blue armband skater. You see the white armband, and then the beside white armband in the outer lane. Oh, there we go. Almost looks like a
Go
Spider-Man
to the
outfit,
start.
doesn't it? A little bit.
Ready.
Okay, false start in quartet number 13 in the first pairing. We'll do it all over again. Something not agreeing with the starter. Therefore, we do it all over again. one thing for sure.
False start,
the
outer
second
lane,
starts,
not stable.
Those skaters are still as
Go
can be.
to the
They
start.
do not want to false start again because whoever false starts, it doesn't matter. They're whoever false started the first time. They're out of the race. No one wants that. The
Ready.
starters don't want that. The athletes don't want that. The coaches don't want that. Okay, here we go.
To the start.
We are off and running. Pairing number 1 in the 13th quartet. Joshua Sutherland from Ontario. Arvid Carlingsjö from Sweden. Hello to the Carlingsjö
Ready.
family watching back home. I think it's around 10 or 11 o'clock at night there. And guess what? We get to do this a few more days. This is the 13th of 16 quartets, and then one pairing after that. And that completes day 1. Arvid Carlingsjö has an opening time of 18:54. Joshua Sutherland 19.4. Finley Tulloch 18:63. And Jack Hansen 18:51. Yeah, I think Phil Riopel coaches Joshua Sutherland as he's encouraging him down the backstretch of the first of 2 backstretch passes. The 1,000 meters is 2 1/2 laps around a 400-meter oval that is 13 meters wide and maybe 1.5, maybe at most 2 inches thick. Crossing the line first is Joshua Sutherland with a personal best of 1:18.34. Arvid Carlingsjö in a time of 1:17.94. Here comes Tulloch and Hansen. Crossing the line first is going to be Hansen, and he's going to do so with a personal best of 1:17.24. And Tulloch also clocks in a personal best of 1:18.08. In the 14th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing from Manitoba, Aaron Reel. In the outer lane from Quebec, William Boissonneau. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Ontario, Alex Wood. And in the outer lane from France, Jimmy Jouat.
Go
Great.
to
Love
the
personal
start.
best for these young athletes. That's their podium. Not everybody's going to make it. There's only 3 positions at the podium.
Ready.
But for every skater, regardless of whether you make it to the podium or not, their podium is, in fact, the personal best. And another false start. So we have, in case you've just joined us, this is quartet number 14 of 17. The 17th one will be just one pair of skaters, or just a pair of skaters. And
false
this
start,
is
inner
the
lane,
men's
not
1,000
stable.
meter race. So
Go
the way
to
that
the start.
schedule is that we're going to have each of these skaters get to skate the 500 meters twice. So the women's will get to do it all over again tomorrow. The men's on Saturday.
Ready.
Then we'll have the 1,000 meter race
Go
again.
to the start.
That'll happen on, I think that'll be on Saturday. And then we've got the 5,000 meter men's race tomorrow, the 3,000 women's tomorrow. Then we go deeper, longer
Ready.
distances on Saturday. We've got the women's 5,000 and the men's 10,000. And then you want to have some fun, stick around for Sunday because the most grueling race in the sport of speed skating is the 1,500. But then we get to reward these athletes with the mass start and team sprints. Those are always fun. Aaron Reel at 1876 with Venice Reel looking on in the stands with his opening time. William Boissonneau, 1965. Alex Wood, 1902, opening 200s. And Jimmy Jouat, 1885. So out in the coach's box, you've got Scott Van Horn. It looks like Sebastien Bouliot looking after Jouet and Boissonneau. And Alex Wood from Ontario, that would be Bob Mallard. Aaron Reel's parents, Venice and Bruce, wonderful people. Love them. Huge supporters of, they just do whatever it takes to make speed skating work. Let's have a look here. Personal best for Boissonneau, 1:18.09. Reel in at 1:19.88. Here comes Wood in at, and Jouet. It's going to be very close, actually. This race is not even over, but crossing over now is a 1:18.31 Personal best for Jouet from France, and from Ontario, the Woodman, Alex, 118.47, a PB as well. We now move to the 15th quartet in the inside lane of the first pairing. From Ontario, Chandra Danda, and in the outer lane from BC, Matthew Mitchell. In the second pairing, in the inside lane from Quebec, Joseph Perron. And in the outer lane from BC, Nate Ben. Anyway, then let me finish my thought.
Go to the
So I was
start.
talking about the real family from Manitoba. Obviously, I know them because that's where I live, and I'm part of Speed Skating Manitoba. Venice, a tireless
Ready.
worker and volunteer, as is Bruce. Bruce does most of the track stewarding, and
Go
Venice
to the
does a lot of
start.
the clerking. And Venice volunteered at North Rusco in PEI at the short track event, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of time, but I totally get why they want to volunteer. I do the same. It's good for the heart. It's good for the soul, and it's good for the sport. 1917 is the opening 200 meters for Matthew Mitchell. 1935, Chandra Danda. Looks like you got the same three coaches in the coaches box. I see Sebastian Bouillot. I see Bob Mallard, and it looks like Phil Riopol. No, yeah, I think Phil Riopol. Okay, bell lap. Bell lap for white and red armband, Chandra Danda and Matthew Mitchell as they work the final corner, or close to the final corner here. Well, here comes Perot and Ben down there straight away. And here comes Danda and Mitchell working the final corner. I got a bit ahead of myself. In what looks like a Spider-Man outfit. Everything he's got, Matthew Mitchell crosses the line at 1:19.56. Chandra Danda clocks in a personal best at 1:21.02. Here comes Perot and Ben. Perot crossing the line and does so with a time of 1:20.33 with a personal best, and Ben the same thing. PBs in that pairing at 1:20.91 for Perot and Ben. Congratulations. In the 16th and final quartet, before we go to a pairing in the inside lane of the first pairing from Quebec, Edouard Bouillot. And in the outer lane from Quebec as well, Etienne Perron. In the second pairing in the inside lane from Quebec, Olivier Landreville. And in the outer lane from Manitoba, Eric Kulbacki. So 3 Quebec
Go
skaters
to the start.
and 1 Manitoba skater. 4 different colors and designs of skin suits for
Ready.
these 4 skaters.
Go to the start.
Edouard Bouillot, Etienne Perron, Olivier Landreville, and Eric Kulbacki with the cool shades on that
Ready.
photo he got taken. Cool looking Kulbacki. Here we go. Etienne Perron, 1876 is his opener. Edouard Bouillot at 1896. For his opening 200 meters. Kulbacki clocks in his 200 meters at 19:45, and Olivia Landreville at 19:47. Bell lap for Bouillot and Perron. This is the 16th and final quartet. We have one more pairing to complete. The men's 1,000 meters as you look on the screen. Landreville and Kulbacki in the yellow and the blue. But finishing up, coming out of the final corner, here comes Edouard Bouillot. And with a time of 1:19.76, he'll be happy with that. That's a personal best. Etienne Perron, 1:20.84, and that's a personal best. And here comes Landreville and Kulbacki. Everything they've got, which isn't much left given this race. Personal best in this entire quartet. Kulbacki clocks in 1:22.85 for a PB, and on Landreville 123.34. Congrats. We now move to the final pairing. Friends and teammates from Ontario, starting in the inside lane from Ontario, Cameron Mason, and in the outer lane, Camden Bidet.
Go to the start.
So I met Camden's father at lunch. He's a volunteer out at his Ottawa speed skating club.
Ready.
He does a number of things. I think he does some timing. He's working on starting. He does what a lot of the speed skating parents do. They volunteer because without us volunteering, a lot doesn't get done. So as our kids move through the sport, I'm going to pat us on the back because we are the glue that holds the speed skating clubs together, us volunteers. Anyway, Jason Bate, he corrected me on the last name. I'm saying Camden Betez. Any person who doesn't research a name will make the mistake. It's Bate, en français. Camden Bate and Cameron Mason on the ice right now. Okay, as they head down the backstretch, this will complete the 1,000 meters. Here comes Mason and Bate. Out of the final corner, who's going to cross the line first? Are we going to see some personal best? Here we go. Here comes Cameron Mason crossing the line first, a personal best of 1:22.28, and Camden Bate in a 1:24.31. Congratulations, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the 1,000 meter men's race. We are now going to hand out the awards to the 500 meter men's race and the 1,000 meter race. So stay tuned for the awards as we just get organized inside the next few minutes. But we need some skaters down below, so we're going to need Jalen Doan and David LaRue, Cooper Eamon, and Vincent DeHatra. If you're looking on the screen and you're still with us on the webcast, you're seeing the top 8 times. We're about to give out the awards for the men's 500 meters and the men's 1,000 meters. 2 skaters actually are going to get awards in both, which is kind of cool. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to hand out the podium positions for first the 500-meter men's races. I believe our skaters are ready to go. Handing out the awards will be Dustin Miller, our team lead of competition at the Speed Skating Oval, taking the 3rd place position from Alberta. We've heard this name before, and we're going to hear his name again with a time of 35:32. Give it up for our 3rd place finisher, Jalen Doan. Taking the 2nd place position from the Quebec with a time of 35.11. Give it up for David. On the camera, waving to the world through the webcast, LaRue. And taking home the 1st position all the way from Nova Scotia with a time of 35:04, 1/100th of a second off his personal best. Give it up for Cooper Eamon. Congratulations to Jalen Doan, David LaRue, and Cooper Eamon. 1, 2, and 3 in the first of our 500 meters here at the Oval Finale Canada Cup. Number 5. Coming up, the podium finishers for the 1,000 meters. Please turn your attention back to the podium for the awards for the 1,000-meter men's races. A couple of names you've heard before, but here is a new one with a time, taking the 3rd place position with a time of 1:08.89 from Ontario, Vincent Hydra. Taking the 2nd place position, as he did in the 500 meters with a time of 1:08.62 from Quebec, David LaRue. And to get back at all those skaters that beat his record back at Halifax, at the Outdoor Oval, at the Canada Winter Games, setting a blistering pace in the 1,000 meters and a personal best from Nova Scotia at a time of 1:08.56. Give it up, everybody, for Cooper Eamon. Congratulations to Vincent Hydra, David LaRue, and Cooper Eamon. 1, 2, and 3 in the 1,000 meters. They get to do this all over again in a couple of days. Mic dropped. 3:33, day 1 of the Oval Finale. Canada Cup 5 is done. See you tomorrow morning. Let's do it again. Day 2 in a few hours. And thank you for watching on the webcast. We really appreciate it. And that's day 2. You can see the schedule, 1,000 meters in the morning for the women and the men, and then 3,000 and 5,000. Okay, they've moved that around a little bit. Okay. Or I'm not reading it correctly for day 2. But anyway, this is okay. So that, disregard what you saw on the screen. Tomorrow morning, we got the men's 5,000 meters. We have the women's 500, and then we have the women's 3,000. That's tomorrow. And just, you know what? Bottom line, show up. We've got skaters. We've got excitement. Let's have some fun.